All right. Well, good evening, everybody. Happy Friday. Welcome to the late shift. Boy, we got some chatters out there tonight. You guys are heating it up. It's good to see. Thanks for being out there early, everybody. It's nice to see lots of folks in green as well. Welcome to all the channel subscribers. Thanks for being here. Frank, thanks for bringing your folks over as well. That's nice. I saw somebody mention this was their first time catching the live stream, coming over from Frank's stream. So I do appreciate that. Welcome. And yeah, boy, got a lot of folks out there. All right. So, boy, I tell you, I am running so far behind tonight. Oh my gosh. We're up and running. I'm not saying we're well organized, but we're up and running. And, this is a pretty laid back stream, so we will, Dawn came over despite Frank. The good news here about being pretty laid back is, we can kind of figure out things on the fly, and we do that quite a bit, right? That's one of the nice things about not being a 1 hour show or something like that. No limits. Whose catchphrase is that? No limits? I don't remember, but we should adopt that. All right, let's see here. Before we jump into the program, let me hit my housekeeping items real quick. I try to mention these at the top of every stream, especially when we have new folks out there. These are important little tidbits. I just dropped onto the screen a link for our community list. And this is an email list that I maintain. And believe it or not, I've almost got a newsletter complete. That'll probably go out this weekend. So I send out an occasional newsletter, a few other communications here and there, maybe, I don't know, 6 or 8 a year. So it's not going to fill up your inbox. Hopefully it's not spam. I try to make sure I've got something worthwhile to say when I send them out. But when I do send those out, I always send along my discount codes and all those types of things with it as well. And the other thing that's kind of important to mention here is we are fastly approaching 5,000 subscribers, in which we're going to have our first big channel giveaway. And you've got to be on the community list to win anything in that channel in that giveaway. So let me do a quick look here and see just where exactly are we? Where are we? I know we were doggone close. See if we've actually got there. Ooh, we are. We are exactly 250 subscribers away from 5,000. So that's awesome. And looking forward, I can't wait. As soon as we hit that 250 or hit that extra 250 subscribers and we reach 5,000, the following Friday, we will do the channel. We'll do the channel giveaway. So I've got an ICOM IC2730, my favorite satellite radio, my favorite FM satellite radio, the black version, the brand new one, that I'm giving away in that giveaway. I've also got a couple elk antennas, a bunch of Meshtastic stuff, some 3D printed stuff. I got some of those nifty handles for the elk antennas. So all kinds of fun stuff. Oh, I've also got an elk antennas baseball cap. I've got the carry bag. I got all kinds of fun stuff. So make sure you're signed up for that if you are not already, so that you can partake and you can be in all the fun. All right, and it looks like we had somebody who just signed up. So, hey, that's great. Let's see. Ooh, I've got the stream flaking on me a little bit. Ooh, hopefully my internet holds out. I think we're going to have some fun tonight. I hope the internet holds out. So on my side, I've got this little blinking light when the stream is a little iffy. And I've got that going on right now. Let me see how it looks. Boy, it looks like I may be, am I frozen? Maybe I'm back. It's totally okay. There is always team replay. Boy, now that is the spirit. That's the spirit. Anytime you miss anybody's stream, that is the right answer. So good answer, Frank. Pepe, you know the secret now. All right. So I certainly wanted to mention that. The other thing I want to mention real quick is my link tree. This is bitsy/dr. This will get you out. We always take a peek at this at some point during the show. This will get you out to all the Digital Rancher merchandise, bumper stickers, t-shirts like this, Satellite Hunter t-shirts, all kinds of fun stuff. So check that out. There's lots of ways to support the channel that way. There's some Amazon shopping links, right? So that's a way to support the channel that doesn't cost you anything at all. All you got to do is buy something from Amazon like you would using a link provided in that link tree, and I get a few cents when that happens. So that's the way that works. So appreciate anybody who's able to do that. That's always helpful. Arnie's got the need to win. That's Arnie always has the need to win. Well, you'll have lots of you'll have lots of opportunities, Arnie, that's for sure. Ronnie, welcome. Central Florida checking in. All right, I see Bill out there. Hey, Bill. Thanks for moderating. I appreciate it. Thanks for dropping those links. All right, so we've got that stuff. But yeah, check that stuff out. The other thing you'll find out there are discount codes and affiliate links. So hopefully, if you're looking to buy some sort of Meshtastic gizmo or gadget or some other items, you might find a discount code out there. So check that out. All right, enough of that stuff. All right, so before we jump into our this and that, let me share what the topic's going to be tonight, so you can decide if you want to stick around, right? You can decide if this is, if you're ready to commit to the live stream here. What we're going to do is I'm going to be sharing configuration details for my private MQTT server, and you'll be able to set those up on your Meshtastic device live. And then we will be able to pull up some tools so that you guys can see how that data comes into the MQTT server and then, you know, gets pushed out, right? So what's an MQTT server? It's an internet-based server. MQTT is a IoT protocol designed for the Internet of Things, and you send a message. So let's say you've got a Meshtastic device. You've heard everybody talking about it. You're so excited about it. You order one, you buy one, you get it home, you get it flashed, you fire it up, and you find out, man, nobody else in my neighborhood has it. Nobody else in my town has it. Nobody else in my county has it. So I'm sitting here with a device that sounds pretty cool, but I can't do anything with it. Well, if you connect it to a internet-based MQTT server, then you can communicate with other people that are also on that server across the internet. So it's just another way to use that device. And I think it's especially useful for people that are in Meshtastic deserts, is what we'll call them. So that's going to be our big topic for tonight. Okay, so hopefully that's of interest to you guys, and we're going to talk about that. All right. Yeah, there you go, Frank. We'll get you connected for sure. Now, there's some caveats. There's always caveats, but we'll get into that later. All right. Let me see. What else have I got here? Let me go ahead and let's go ahead and fire up the this and that segment. How's that? So we're going to jump into this and that. And these are things that, little tidbits that I just want to share with the audience, things that most of the time, that's just things that I've dumbed across, right? Yes, I do a little bit of ham radio or a little bit of YouTube streaming, but, you know, that's at the heart of all this is, you know, I'm a geek just like everybody else. So I'm always looking at all the things going on in our geekverse. And a lot of times there's some really cool stuff, and I just want to grab that and share that with you guys. But before we get into that, I wanted to share with you guys this little infographic that I did real quick, just as a quick thank you and a celebration and an acknowledgement of all the cool stuff that we've done together in 2025. So just a few things I want to point out here. You know, these things are always, certainly when you run a channel, these kind of things are super cool. But I'm hoping they're not just cool to me, but you guys find them interesting as well. So I took a look at a lot of the things that went on this year on the Digital Rancher channel, and I wanted to summarize some of that stuff for you guys. So first of all, if you look at the top here, maybe a little bit hard to see in the graphic you guys have. I wonder if I can blow that sucker up. I might have to, I'm going to send this out regardless, so you guys will have a chance to see it. But I did 297 uploads in 2025, right? So 233 of those were shorts, 41 were long form videos, right? So if you're just kind of curious, you know, how much stuff did I put out there? And this is just videos. This doesn't count posts. And of course it doesn't count other platforms, but 297 uploads, 233 shorts, 41 long form videos, and 23 live streams. Now that includes all of the late shift live streams, as well as whenever I am traveling, I like to live stream some of my my satellite passes. So that includes all types of live streams, right? And of course, last year I launched the late shift, so that was certainly a highlight for me. Some other things that kind of surprised me, right? Some of these things, they sneak up on you, they surprise you. Last year, 609,000 views across all videos. I thought that was pretty cool. Over 500,000 views across all videos. So thank you for watching, everybody. I certainly appreciate it. Whenever you're going to the trouble of putting out almost 300 videos, it's awesome to see people are actually watching them. And then, you know, almost 10,000 likes across all those videos. Now, what's 300 what's 300 uploads look like? 86.5 total hours of content. And that generated also 2,408 subscribers. So lots of cool stuff. Again, thank you all for watching, liking, sharing videos, telling your ham friends about them, telling your other tech head friends about them. That stuff all helps, and it's all greatly appreciated. How much editing? Yeah, that's something you really don't want to track, Frank. You start tracking the number of hours that it takes to create that much content, you'll probably quit making videos really fast. But anyhow, I'm having a lot of fun, and I'm glad that it appears like people are enjoying what we're doing here. So that's very rewarding, and again, thank you all. I appreciate it. All right. Now, some other things that I came across here. I don't know if you guys saw this. There's so much stuff out there, and it's so hard to catch it all. I wish I would have seen this prior to last week's late shift, because I would have included it then. This really cool thing is over, right? So on one hand, it's like, well, Robert, why are you even telling me about it then? Because I think it's pretty cool. And I get the sense that this is going to happen more frequently coming out of this site. Now, last week, you may recall, we did talk about this UmKA-1 satellite from the standpoint of, hey, they do some really cool stuff with SSTV. Remember, they did all those cool holiday images. Well, here last week, they sent out this X post, and I would recommend that you subscribe to this because when I go back and I look, I was not familiar with this account prior, and there's a lot of really cool stuff that this account posts. But they posted this notification that they were getting ready to start a contest, and you wanted to make sure you downloaded this grid, right? And they were going to be sending out via SSTV these various codes, these code images. And the idea was you would have to plot these code images, the details that are in these code images onto that grid. And then when you did, it would make another picture, right? And when you plotted them all, this is what you would get. So I thought that was pretty fun. I thought that was pretty cool. Yeah, spycraft stuff, certainly. So, like I said, I wish I would have seen this earlier so I could have actually done it. I did not do it. These are not captures that I made. These are not SSTV images that I received, but I did copy them here just to show you guys what these things looked like. But I thought that was pretty doggone cool. So if you don't follow, I'm not even going to attempt to say it here. Let's see. It's, what is it? SV21IWM is the account, actually. So look that up, and definitely worth a follow. I thought that was pretty cool. Yeah, did it say drink your Ovaltine? That's a good question. So yeah, very cool, very cool. And did I capture that one? I did not. This is actually a very similar kind of pixelated image of their Christmas image that they sent out. So that's also, it's like an Easter egg within an Easter egg, even. I think the only difference was the little satellite receiving dish on the left of the Christmas tree was facing the other direction. But pretty cool, pretty cool. Let's see, that looks like SV2HWM. Well, heck, let me look at the source image here so we get it right. Because I want you guys, if you're interested, to be able to follow it, because it is pretty cool. All right, it is SV2HWM, correct. Correct. Thank you for correcting that. Good catch, Frank. All right. So I thought that was pretty fun. You guys may have seen I sent this little image out in a couple of different socials this past week as well. So this is a new little gadget that I have received. This thing is called the Crow Panel, and they have different sizes of them. It's kind of a development board, a project board. It's a cool little thing. Here, let me show you guys what this looks like here in hand. So it's, it's kind of the size of your phone almost, right? Almost the size of your phone, right? You got a nice big color screen, touch screen, and then you get a bunch of ports on the back to, there's some serial ports in and out, some UART ports for serial connectivity, a speaker port, a battery port. This thing will take an SD card. It also, you can hook I2C devices to it. So it can do all kinds of cool stuff. And I also got a bunch of these different little modules that you can plug into this thing. Now, there's a couple different ESP32 modules. What could you do with those? An NRF 2401 module. There's a Meshtastic module as well. Now, I'm not sure what the, I haven't dug into this too far to see exactly what that is. I guess that's, well, I don't want to guess. We're going to look at it. But the point is, this has a lot of potential for some cool radio-related and Meshtastic-related projects. So you guys can be sure that once I get familiar with this, at least a little bit, enough that we can drive a conversation, you're gonna see it back here on the late shift, and we're gonna play with it and see if we can't create some cool stuff with it. So I wanted to share that with you guys. Right, this thing has some pretty decent specs as well. Let me see if I can find my next the next photo for that thing. Where did it go? I lost it. There it is. Like I said, they come in different screen sizes, but it's got a capacitive touch screen. It's got an ESP32 built into it, a 2-core ESP32 built into it, 16 meg of flash, 512K of SRAM. So it's got some capability for a little device. It should be fun. Yeah, Bill, I think for once you get that bug of playing with those ESP32s, I mean, you want to talk about a rabbit hole, a really fun rabbit hole. That is certainly one of them. So just something to keep in mind. I'll be teasing out some more stuff as I learn more about that. And like I said, I'm sure we're going to be playing with that here on the channel. I've also got an image here. It does have a real-time clock in it as well, which is pretty handy. Battery-backed real-time clock, and you can see some of the connectivity options there. So that's going to be fun. That's pretty cool stuff. All right, let's see. Steve. Hey, buddy. Good to see you out there. KO4AFL. Nice to have you out there in Streamland. Let's see. Who else has snuck through the door here? PRK Radio. Welcome. Nice to see you out there in chat. Thanks for being out there, everybody. Ronnie, I see you out there. Sean, good to see you out there. 45 Auto. John, nice to see you out there. Good evening. Kelly. That's okay. Kelly, I was late myself, so don't feel bad. I like to start the roll about 4 minutes early, and I was like 4 minutes late. So don't worry, buddy. Mike Armstrong, welcome. Nice to have everybody out here. All right, I think I got caught up. Pepe, good to see you out there. Ed, nice to see you out there as well. Thanks for joining, everybody. It's always more fun whenever we got a good group out here. And of course, I had some really early joiners out there too. These guys were ready way before I was. Doc Brad was out there way early. EOD was out there way early. So thanks for being out there, guys. Appreciate it. Okay. Now, we're going to jump into our main topic here. I guess I should have swung that over earlier. All right. Like I said, I am woefully unprepared here. So we're going to set some stuff up on the fly. I hope you guys have all right, let me give you some details here first. Again, I set up an MQTT server. It's running in the cloud. I've got it running in AWS. It is, I'm going to give you guys, it's password protected. So you have to have a username and password to connect to it. That's not always the case. Sometimes you'll run into these servers that are anonymous servers. I believe the one that, there's one that is set as a default in your Meshtastic software when you install it, right? Or whenever you load the app on your Android or iOS phone, if you go in and look at MQTT, you'll see details for a server. And we will look at that here shortly. You'll see details for a server that is the public MQTT server for Meshtastic, right? And so this could have, who knows, this could have tens, hundreds, thousands of people connected to it. And as such, it can be, it can really kind of blow out your whole Meshtastic experience. What do I mean by that? Well, you know, when you start seeing people across, you know, just like when you see people on the mesh and they show up in your node list, people that are part of the same MQTT server also populate your node list. So you could quickly overwhelm the mesh network that you're connected to if you are connecting to an anonymous popular server, right? So we're not going to do that. I created a private server that has credentials on it, and we're going to play with that tonight. We're going to see how this goes, right? We're going to leave this up and running, and we're going to play with it, right? I mean, we've talked about this a little bit on the stream in the past, right? Lots of people use Discord. I love Discord, but I don't know about you guys, but when I open Discord, I've got to scroll through all my Discord servers. And I just don't know if we need yet another Discord server. So I said, you know what, let's be different. Let's do something different. And we're going to see if we can chat as a community using MQTT. And like I said, the other added benefit here is for those people who bought Meshtastic and they haven't been able to take advantage of Meshtastic, they haven't really been able to use it or enjoy it, this will give them a way to play with that platform as well. So, you know, one of those folks that I've talked to about that is TO, temporarily offline. You know, Steve's on the road a lot, and a lot of places that he shows up and stops at and stays for a bit, there's no guarantee they're going to have any kind of mesh network or infrastructure there. So he would love a way to be able to still interact with everybody else that might be on a mesh, and through a server like this, he could do that. So Let's see here. So right now, EOD, YouTube says my stream is healthy. So if anyone's buffering out there, I think it might be local. All right, so that is that. I'm going to show you guys how to set this up. Oh, let me back up. I always get ahead of myself. So I set this up a little while back. I actually set it up whenever I was in Vegas in December. So this goes back early December. This is like a month ago I set this up. And I sent out some instructions via a YouTube post that if people wanted to get connected and see what was going on in the Las Vegas area, plug these things in and you'd be able to play. Now, I don't think I had it completely working. So people may have tried it and, maybe they weren't able to actually connect. Or maybe nobody tried it. I'm not sure which the case is, but I never saw any traffic coming from anyone else. My guess is it's a little bit of both, right? Maybe one or two people tried it and it didn't work, and they forgot about it. But regardless, this past week, we talked about it just a little bit in our stream last week, and I caught up with our friend Dave, KB5UTY, and we were chatting in Discord, and I said, hey, let's see if we can communicate over this Meshtastic server instead, and he was game for it. So we did a bunch of playing. We did a bunch of goofing around, and we got it to work, and we got it to work with Android. It works pretty well with Android, but we were struggling to get iOS to work. And I mention that because I'm hoping we have some iOS users here, and maybe we can get more people trying it, and maybe we can figure it out tonight. Now, the other thing that we learned is I've got this set up to also pass JSON data. So that's just a structured data format that allows you to pass data, and you can do some neat things with it, right? If you think about the way Meshtastic passes data today, it uses encryption or not, typically encrypted, and it's a kind of a closed message, right? It starts on a client, gets sent either over the mesh or over the internet, and it's received by a client, and there's no way to kind of interject anything there. But if you set up the server so that it can also pass JSON data, then when that data gets sent by the client, it gets sent in the encrypted format if you have encryption turned on, and it also sends it in a JSON format that's really pretty human readable. It's pretty easy to understand, and that gives you the chance to kind of marry in or add additional data to those messages, and then you can start to do some fun stuff. Right? Then you can start connecting devices to your network and share information from these different devices out to your Meshtastic clients and those types of things. So, we're going to be looking at some of that as well. Now, the other thing that we learned though is the ESP32 chips handle the JSON data, but the NRF chips do not. Right? So there's extra capability in those ESP32s that does not exist in the NRFs, or at least is not, it's not included in that NRF message capability. It could very well be capable of it. That just might not be implemented. But so kind of the best scenario that we've seen so far is if you're an Android user, if you're using an ESP32. Now, you can use an NRF chip and play, and you can be part of the group and everything, and that's fine. You just can't pass and receive that JSON data. So we'll talk about how that could come into play at some later point. Freddie Mac, how you doing out there, buddy? Thanks for joining. So, what I'm going to do here, let me show you what the configuration looks like. Let me get connected here to my phone again. Let's see. And hopefully, let's see if I am still in range. If not, I'm going to have to go grab that node. I've got a node sitting in a strategic place in the house here. But let me see if I can connect to it from here. Daggone it, I cannot. I'm going to grab it. I told you I was unprepared. I warned you guys. All right, hang tight, hang tight. Give me a minute and a half. And let me find the chat here. Give me a minute and a half and I shall return. Be right back. All right. This is the node I am using. Let me get this baby plugged in. This is, got power here. This is a T-Beam Supreme. So this is an ESP32 device. It's an ESP32. There we go. And let me bring up the phone here. Let me see here. Okay, you guys need to see with the phone. All right. So we're going to look at the configuration here. Now there's a few things that we need to get set up. Let me get my list here so I don't miss a thing. One minute, please. All right, let's see. All right, here we go. I won't miss it now. All right, the first thing we're going to do, and like I said, if you guys have a machine handy, walk through this because I want to see if we can watch your data come through the server in real time. Okay. All right, so the first thing we're going to do is we're going to go into the LoRa config. And here you can see we've got ignore MQTT is off. Make sure that is off. And then make sure OK to MQTT is on. Okay, you have to have transmit enabled, right? If you want to send anything at least. Let me get this chat up here too so I can keep an eye for any questions. Okay. And then now what you can do if you want to, right? And I often do this when I am when I'm experimenting with different things, is you can change your number of hops. You can, if you don't want to have all your test messages and stuff potentially going out to your local mesh, one of the things you can do is you can just change the number of hops to like 1 hop. And I mean, I've got a lot of nodes up and running around here, so I know that 1 hop's going to hit one of my nodes and then it's not going to go any further. You don't have to do that. Just offering that up if you're worried about, if you have an active mesh and you don't want to send out over that mesh. Okay. So once you have those items set, we need to go to channels. Okay. Now, this is kind of an odd little thing, but you have to have a channel called MQTT. Okay, and it has to be, and it doesn't matter what the key is. We're not using that. Okay, so don't worry about the key. Your key will look different. It's okay. The key to this, no pun intended, is the channel name must be lowercase, right? That's something that drove me crazy whenever I was testing this. I just put it in as uppercase whenever I was initially setting this up, and I couldn't figure out why I couldn't get it to work. Okay, so make sure you set a channel on your device. It doesn't have to be this, it doesn't have to be channel 1, but it has to be a channel in your channel list that is MQTT lowercase, and you have to enable uplink and downlink if you want to both send and receive, right? If you just want to listen and you don't ever want to send, you could just enable downlink, right? But that's not very fun. So enable and enable both uplink and downlink. Okay. I'll give you channels happen pretty quickly, so those usually don't require a reboot of your node. Your LoRa settings would have required a reboot. All right, so the next thing we're going to dive into here is the MQTT module. Okay. Now, here is the server that you need to put in to communicate with our group here. First thing you have to do, you likely have to enable MQTT in this slider up top. And then you'll need to put in this address. Now you'll likely see a URL there, and that's the public MQTT server that I mentioned before. And if I recall, there's no username or password configured for that. Now, in the background, the app is actually supplying the username and password. Everyone's using the same one, but you don't see it in the interface. So, but that's you know, that's just an interesting little detail. Okay. So that address is 54.236.59.90. Okay. Do we have anyone that's playing along? Let me know if you guys are playing along so I can keep an eye out for you guys and make sure you're ready to go forward. So once you have your address, the username is subpubuser, right? So that's lowercase sub, capital P, UB, capital USER, subpubuser in camel case. Okay. And then the password here is, this is in caps. This is W31 open paren 0. I guess that's called a caret, and 3. I'll give anybody who's playing along a minute to capture that. Let's see, I can put that in the chat here too if somebody wants to copy it. Oh, what happened here? Hey, are you guys still out there? What do we do? Do we get bumped somehow? I lost the chat. That was weird. I lost the chat somehow. All right. Okay. Good. My chat crashed and I thought I lost the stream. So let me try. Well, I'll put that back in. So that's W31 open paren 0 shifted 6 3. All right, let's see. Yeah, thanks, Frank, for translating for iOS users. Hey, Kyle, welcome. You're all right, man. So here's what we're doing. Can we get the address in chat? Yeah. Here, I'll put all these details in here. So we're setting up, we're connecting people to a private MQTT server so we can chat here amongst ourselves. No, I don't believe it does. Frank, this is one of the issues we run into here with iOS. But the server address, here it comes. I'll drop it in the chat. And then your user, so WTF, we're connecting our Meshtastic nodes to a private MQTT server so that we can have internet-based chat in addition to mesh-based chat in our group here, right? Just people here that are part of the stream. All right, so do we have everybody caught up? If you have the option to enable JSON output, go ahead and enable that, okay? And then the next really important piece is to make sure you set the topic, right? If you don't have the correct topic, you can't talk to the group. and that's MSH/US. Okay, that's the root topic. So I had something cool happen with my mesh here in St. Louis. I couldn't see anybody, but could see tons of, I couldn't see anybody, but could see tons on Node. One person put a node up and connected me to basically all of St. Louis. Nice. Well, it's like text Discord, right? I mean, it's text only. And, you know, it's just something interesting to try, something interesting to do. Does it matter if my Heltec is 433 megahertz if this is over the internet? It shouldn't, EOD. You should be able to, that should not matter at all, right? You should be able to plug in these MQTT settings and be able to talk across this server. Now, the other thing that's important here for most people is to enable proxy to client, right? So that's this one that's kind of in the middle of the screen now. It says proxy to client enabled. And what that is saying is that the Meshtastic application can leverage the internet connection on your phone to connect to the server. Okay, so again, just to be very clear, this is not an off-grid capability of Meshtastic. This is using Meshtastic when you don't have a mesh, right? This gives you the ability to use your Meshtastic device and still communicate with your buddies if you've got internet. Can I share a QR code? Well, the QR code is going to give us the channel information. I don't know that it gives us all the MQTT information. That's interesting. We can try that. Does this work through the web client? Ronnie, that's something that I want us to try tonight. That's on the docket. If you want to give it a try through the mesh or through the web client, please do. Oh, it's hard. Boy, that goes way back. I haven't heard someone called it tard in a long time. Wow. Yeah, that goes back to like high school days. All right, so let's recap for folks that may have just joined. Okay, in your LoRa settings, you need to have ignore MQTT in the advanced section turned off. You need to have OK to MQTT turned on. Now, you likely already have transmit enabled, right? That's if you want to do any kind of transmitting. Doesn't matter if it's over the internet or over the mesh. So make sure that's on. And then if you want to reduce your hop numbers, so you don't bug your local mesh, feel free to do that. Okay. Hey, I just saw an MQTT node. Somebody got it right. Right. So let's see. Yeah, I jumped over. So you see K-Kong here. You see MQTT next to their name. That means they're connected to the client and we can see each other now. Well done. Who's K-Kong, if you're willing to raise your hand out there. Yeah, Bill. So I was working with Dave, and we really struggled with iOS. We could not get iOS to play nice. So I'm hoping if we got a bunch of people trying it, someone may be able to find the ticket. I don't have an iOS device myself. So why am I not showing connected here? Let me get connected here. I lost connection somehow. Is my node still on? I've really got to get this battery charged on this node. I mean, but here's what's interesting, right? So I'm not connected, but I am still seeing someone that's that came through the MQTT server, because that's all happening here, it appears, on the client. What happened to my node here? My node went to sleep on me. I'm going to restart it. I'm going to try to restart it. What trouble were we having? So it wouldn't, we just could not get it to save the configuration. Some of the configuration items were not available. Certainly the JSON option wasn't available. Whenever you enable MQTT, it disables JSON. It does some, that iOS client was doing some weird stuff. I don't know what happened here with, let me find a different power source. See if I can find a different power source to power up my node. It's going to really be a bummer if I've lost my node somehow. There it comes. There it is. Let's see if it comes back. Yeah, it's back. Okay. All right. Looks like we got Frank. Frank made it. I can see you. Maybe that was originally Frank, potentially. Now, just like whenever you have nodes connecting to your network or to your mesh, it takes a little while for the detail to come through. But I don't see a chat. Okay, hold on. Did you create, Frank, you did create your channel, is that right? If we go over channels, you can see here I was having a private chat, a direct connect chat here with Dave at some point as well. Let's see. Now, if we got a hello from Ohio, so it looks like somebody else got connected here. So Frank, let's see, you're iOS, is that right? We'll see if anybody else jumps in here on nodes. We got Frank here. So Frank's iOS. So I think that's what it was. The MQTT channel was not available in the channel listing. Now, Frank, here's the other thing you can do. Go to channels in your settings and enable uplink and downlink on your long fast channel. You can communicate over multiple channels. Hey, Frank, welcome. Good to have you out there, buddy. But try to communicate over long fast if you can, Frank. And then the other thing you can try to do, Frank, see if I show up in your node list. Here, let me try to, I'll try to communicate to you directly. I'll see if I can direct message you. See if you get my direct message. All right, so let's see what Chris has got. You don't see it in the direct messages either. Okay. Chris, are you iOS or Android? Uh-oh. Looks like it's time to get a new T1000. You know where you can get a discount code, Chris? See if anybody else jumps in here. Frank is the only one I'm showing so far. Are you iOS, Chris, or are you Android? Frank, Frank the Tank. Frank. Tank Radio Tank. Do you have your Meshtastic handy? If you do, I know you're sensible. You have an Android. We'll see if we can get you connected to the MQTT server. Yeah, that's what I mean, Frank. We were seeing all kinds of strange stuff happen. You're doing it on Android. Okay. Okay, Frank says give them 5. Tank says give them 5. All right, so let me see. What was Chris's message? He's doing it on Android, but what's the problem? Let me try it via the Mac OS app on the way home from the bar. Frank was at the cigar bar. All right, let me set something up here real quick as well. We'll walk through it again when Frank gets back. And whenever he gets back, that way anybody else who wants to try to play along that maybe missed some steps can play along. All right, let's see here. Let's get back. My node went to reset after putting in the MQTT and it has not come back. Oh, that's weird. Can I use Bluetooth and IP at the same time on any device? No, you can't. If you've got, if you put in details for your Wi-Fi, Ronnie, if that's what you're asking, it disables your Bluetooth. Okay. Let me show you what this stuff looks like going through the MQTT server. Okay, so this is just a little app that I've got here. I think it may be helpful. Let me increase. Hold on a second. I'll make this screen bigger here so you guys can see things a little better. Here, let me write this down so I can get back to where I want it to be. All right, and then let me move some of this stuff around here just a little bit. Let's see if this gives us what we're after. Okay. Let me see here. So you can see these are messages that are coming through the MQTT server. Now, these are not, I have to go back and look and see if we turned off encryption, or if we, I can't recall. Let me take a look at that real quick. Let me just zip through these settings real fast. Yeah, so that looks fine. I think it's on the, whoop, I see a message from somebody. Testing from primary. There you go, Frank. There you go. You can't see it because I had the screen blown up. This is going to be a little bit of a bugger. Let me shrink the screen again. But I got your message, Frank. Right there, testing from primary. So I gotcha. I just sent back to you, Frank. But let me switch back over here real quick. Yeah, that size works. We'll work with that. So here you can see the topic, first of all. Oh, I keep getting myself distracted. I wanted to look at one more thing. I wanted to look at configuration in MQTT. Yeah, so I've got encryption disabled. Let's see if I can scroll that up. Right, so encryption is disabled. That's the other thing too. You want to make sure that you turn that off. And TLS is not enabled either, right? These are disabled. Okay. And like I said, as soon as Frank gets settled, we'll walk through the whole thing. But here, if you take a look, here we can see a couple of different messages. Okay. So this one that I've got in the middle of the screen right now, if you look at it, you can make out some of it, right? You can see where it says, "Hey, Frank," and you can see it's on long fast, and you can see my node ID. Okay. This is not encrypted, but it's encoded. Okay. So that's what you're seeing here is an encoded message, right? You can make out a lot of it, but you can't make out all of it. Now, if I scroll down a little bit, this is the exact same message. Oh, somebody moved. This is the exact same message, but in the JSON format, right? So I can see a lot more information. So all this detail that you can read here is what you can't read in this encoded message. Okay. So here you can see, right? You can see here's my message. I'm saying, "Hey, Frank." You can see the time stamp from when it was sent, channel it was sent on, right? You can see all the information. Now this is your node ID. This isn't the hex that you're used to seeing. This is the node ID. If you go in and look at your, we'll take a look and see where that is here in a minute. You can see that this starts with 3 hops, right? And so it's going to deprecate, right? The next time this message gets passed along, it's going to say, 2 hops, right? That's where we talk about how the hops get deprecated, right? And then here's the payload. "Hey, Frank." So these 2 messages are the same, but this one here's the JSON, and that's why we have it turned off, because we can add stuff to these messages, whether from other devices or other software, and kind of enrich these messages. Let's see if anybody else has come along here. Now, the other thing you're seeing here are some details on telemetry. Okay, this looks like something from Frank here maybe. But let's go back and look at it in the app. Yep, looks like somebody else has sent a message. Okay, here's someone trying again from the T1000. "I see it, Frank. I gotcha." Let's see, do we have any other nodes? Was anybody else able to get connected? Hey, John, I see John out there. All right. Hey, yeah, now we're getting some people out there. Excellent. So we got 2 of Frank's nodes out there, and then we got John. Nice job, John. Let me see if I can send John a direct message. And we'll see if he can reply. All right, let's see. Okay, that's issue. You need to find USB cable. Okay, Ronnie. So it is the primary long fast channel and not a dedicated channel in the Meshtastic list. So yeah, so if you see here, I actually have a dedicated channel that I can communicate over, right? KB5UTY and I were actually able to communicate over that MQTT. Hey, I just got a message from John. Now this is interesting here. I got his message, but it doesn't appear to be, right? It's not in the same chat. That's interesting. So John, tell me, John, how are you iOS or Android? And yeah, I guess that's where we should start. I'm curious if you're iOS. Well, yeah, I won't be able to. So you're a LilyGo T-Beam 3 S3 core. So you are you're a ESP device. So if you turned on, let's see here. I'm trying to see if I can find your message. So there's the one I sent to you. Hey, John. Did you turn on JSON, John? I don't see a JSON message from you. So what am I missing? I'm trying to message you guys. All right, let's see. We're gonna go through everything kind of soup to nuts here. Okay, here I got someone testing from Solar Node. Let's see who that was. I got 3 messages here now. Things are heating up. All right, so John now communicated in long fast that time, saying he's Android. And I see Frank is saying that he's in the Solar Node. Okay, so we're getting that message. I just sent one back to you guys. See if anybody else has popped in here yet. Not yet. Let's see. Hey, Andy. Good to see you out there. Let's see, Frank. Let's try here first. I'll have to set up some crap to get you on stream. So let me walk through. I'll walk through this for everybody again, so everyone has a chance to see it. And maybe some folks may have missed some settings, or maybe I didn't explain things well. So we'll start from the top. First, if you go into settings, under LoRa, you want to make sure that you've got ignore MQTT off and OK to MQTT and transmit enabled on. If you want to turn down your number of hops, just so you're not sending out to your local mesh, you can do that as well, right? If you put in 1 hop, you're less likely to disturb others. You can see I'm not worried about it here. Okay, we might even get some other folks to chime in. You never know. Okay, so ignore MQTT is turned off. OK to MQTT, transmit, enabled are both on. Right? Now make sure you save. If you make that change, you got to save, and then your device will have to restart. Next, very important, you have to have a channel called MQTT, and it has to be lowercase. Okay? Doesn't matter what the key is. We're not encrypting stuff, so it doesn't matter. Okay, we'll give Frank a chance to restart here. So just add a channel. It has to be called MQTT and it has to be lowercase. Make sure you turn on uplink enabled and downlink enabled. So Frank, let me know when you got your channel set up. That's the one I just added right there, that number 2. I'm going to kill it. Okay. That's what you want it to look like. You don't have to worry about the key though, Frank. You'll have your own. Now, if we were using encryption, we'd have to have the same key, right? But we're not worried about that right now. We're going unencrypted. Okay, rebooting with channel settings. Okay, usually you don't have to reboot for channel settings, but it won't hurt. We'll make sure it comes back and you've got your MQTT channel. Anybody else following along here so I can keep track of you and make sure things are working? Ooh, geez, 6 messages out there. Frank, I'll be right back, buddy. Let me see who's yapping out here. Okay, here we go. Is there a way I can send my position? There you go. Yep, Frank likes it. The fact this is all going through the primary channel is weird, though. I did have to do a node DB reset on this. Interesting. Okay. So we got some new messages there. Let's see. Got some direct messages here. Here's testing a private message. Hey, Frank. We'll see if that comes through to you. Okay. Let me get back and check on Tank. Let's see. Now, one of the things that's, if you're having trouble, it's always a good idea to flash your device with the most current stable firmware, right? So if it's been a while since you flashed it, go ahead and flash it. We're going to be here a little while. We're going to play with some things. We're going to set up rooms next. But try to reflash it, or if you don't want to reflash it yet, come in here and let's see, where'd they move this to now? Here we go. You could do a node DB reset and a factory reset if you just want to clear the thing out and start from scratch. Okay, Frank's ready for the next settings. So after channels, we're going to go down to modules and we're going to go to MQTT. Okay, and the first thing you got to do is you got to enable it. All right, next thing you got to do is, here, let me type into chat for folks that maybe just want to copy and paste the address. It's a little easier to read this go round, but there it is if you want to copy and paste it. There's your username. And then here is the password. Okay. Once you input those three, enable JSON if you are on Android. Make sure you disable encryption, disable TLS. And then it's very important that you have the topic right, or else you will not see or pass messages. You can have everything else set up right, and if the topic's wrong, you won't be able to communicate. And then you want to turn on the proxy to client. That allows your client to use your internet connection of your phone. Okay. Frank, you got all that? I'll put that up there just so everybody can see it. All right. Make sure you save it. And you should be good to go. Let's see if we have any more nodes popping up. Okay, I see Frank's nodes. I see John's node. I don't see anyone else yet. Let's see, we got some messages flying in here. Might want to check your Discord. No, Frank's trying to, we're trying to communicate over MQTT and Frank's sending me back channel messages. All right, Frank, let me see what you got. All right, let's see. So I think he's got some iOS specific stuff here. I don't see. So he doesn't see. I don't see it. Let me see what he's talking about here. I'll turn on, or I'll share some of Frank's screenshots here for you iOS guys. All right, Mr. United States out there, I'll give you one shot, right? If you want to hang out and be cool, you can be cool. We're not going to talk politics here. We'll give you the boot if you're not going to be cool. So be cool, man. All right. Let's see. Who else here? Anybody else show up here? I don't see any new MQTTs that popped in. Frank, how you doing out there? Tank? Yes, you can DM. Somebody just popped in. Let's see. I don't see the node quite yet. Let's see. We got 6 messages out there. Okay, let's see what we got here. We'll look at the position map here in just a second. Hey, did Ed just show up? Did you make it, Ed? Let's see here. Chat crashed again. All right, let's see. All right, Ed made it. Good. Well, hang in there, Tim. Hope you recover, buddy. No, you don't need to enable Wi-Fi settings because that's that proxy setting in the MQTT setup. Right, if we go over back here to setup and you go down to the MQTT module, turning on the proxy to client allows the Meshtastic client to use the internet connection of your phone, so you don't have to turn on Wi-Fi. So you shouldn't have to worry about that, Frank. Let's see if I don't see Ed's node showing up quite yet. It can take a little time for nodes to show up. Let's see here. So here's, let's see. Somebody here just sent a test. I'm not sure who that was. It's telling me I have no channel in the MQTT channel. It's telling me that I have no channel. Let's see. I got my Android voice off. My utility belt. Go over all the settings again. Yep, we'll do it, Bill. No problem. That was Ed's message. To be clear, I have to flash the Heltec with Meshtastic first. Yes, you will need to have your Heltec will have to be running the Meshtastic firmware. Yes. All right, let me see what other messages are out there. Yes, you can. Okay, let me just see if we've got, it can take a little while for nodes to pop up. Let's see if, so let me see if I've got any West Coast nodes over here. Hey, looky there. I got Frank. Let's see if we've got John. John's up here somewhere, isn't he? I know you're up north, John. I can't recall exactly where you are. Okay, here's a couple more. Couple more nodes. This looks like Ed. This looks like Philly Ed over here. Okay, I think that's John. Hey, we got a new one. Let's see if it pulled in over here. All right, I think that's Chris right there, right, Chris? We got Chris. Yeah, so it just took a little bit for the details to come through. Okay. I'm missing a message here. Oh, it's right there. There we go. Okay. So you can communicate in that MQTT channel if you want. How can I change that to my short name? It'll change on its own, Ed. It'll update on its own. It just takes a while. It's got to receive one of those packets, right? If we swing back over here and we look, right, you're seeing a lot of other packets go through that are not texting packets, right? These are informational packets, right? So some of these don't carry your message at all, right? This is telemetry and information that it's passing about all of the nodes. Okay. All right, Bill, we're going to take it from the top, buddy. Anybody else here want to give it a try? We're going to take it from the top. Okay, in settings, under LoRa, you want to disable, ignore MQTT, enable OK to MQTT, and enable your transmit. So let me know when you're good, Bill. You'll have to do your restart. Let me know when you're good. I'll go over here and see who else has popped in message-wise. There you go. Central Ohio, John. I got you there. Central Ohio. From just taking, I'm not going to zoom in any further on people's locations, but John, I'm thinking you're likely familiar with South Bass Island and all the shenanigans up there by Cedar Point, I'm sure. I used to spend a lot of summers over that way. I've spent my time at Put-in-Bay for sure. All right, it's cool. We can see people starting to pop in. Okay, Bill says he's good. Let me jump back over here real quick. Next, go to channels, Bill. I got you, Frank. Just trying to be considerate of folks. That's all. So, Bill, the key here is you have to have a channel. Does not have to be channel number 1, right? I just started with a fresh install when I was setting this up. So I had my long fast channel, and then I created a channel. It's got to be MQTT, and it's got to be lowercase. And it has to have uplink enabled and disabled, right? This is uplink to the internet is the way to think about that. Once you have that created, go ahead and save that. Okay. Let me know when you're ready to move on to the next step. I'll check messages here. Yeah, looks like people are chatting. Hey. Yeah, this is cool. A53C. We'll wait to see who you are when you update. Let's see. Let me check the nodes here. Just see who's popping in the nodes. There's John. We're waiting for NU5M. I don't know if that's your short and long name, or looks like it may be. We've got K Kong. We got technology. Yeah, so we're getting some people in there. Good. Keep going, but I think the channel was the part I forgot. Okay, no problem, Bill. Next, we'll get down to module configuration, MQTT. Okay, I'll type these in for folks who want to cut and paste. You got to enable MQTT first, right? If you don't enable it, none of these things matter. Let's go ahead and get the server IP in. Okay, that's the address field. There's your username field. And then here's your password field. Once you have those in, you want to disable encryption, disable TLS, and enable JSON. And then, very important to make sure you get your root topic correct. And then also enable your proxy to client. That's disabled by default. So make sure you enable that and save it. All right, I see somebody popping in there. Let's go over and see who's chatting. I don't know who this is yet because they haven't updated quite yet. Okay, what else? We got somebody chatting in long fast here. Oh, okay, that's Ed. Okay. You missed the IP. You should be able to just cut and paste it there, Frank. We'll keep an eye out for you, buddy. Let's see if I got anybody else in here. Not yet. Hey, who is K Kong? Frank, is that one of your nodes? Oh no, somebody else is K Kong. Let's jump over here, see what some of these messages. I think it's really interesting to see how these messages, right, the kind of information that's passed in these messages, it helps you understand how all this stuff works, right? I mean, it identifies the channel it's communicating in. Now you see these numbers here, right? So this says it's from this number, right? If you go back, oh, I think it's under user. Is it under user? No, that's the node ID. Where do they hide that thing? Is it under LoRa? You can find that. Oh, I know where you can find it. If you go into your node definition, you can find it here, your node number. But it uses those numbers as identification for sharing the information, right? And getting it routed to the appropriate person. Okay, let's see how we're doing here. Oh, here's 5 messages here. So someone's in long fast. So there we got Frank. So Frank only sees 3 on the map. We'll go back to the map in a second. Oh. Is that Frank? Or is that Ed? That's Ed. Let's see what we got here. I pull up the map. See, I've got a few out here. These all have not updated yet, right? We've got some of them that are updated. And who knows, these folks may not have put their short name in. Ed, do you have your short name set? Right, if you go into user, so if you go into settings, device configuration, and user, this is where you can set your short name and your long name. Right, if you don't set it, you're going to get just that that hex name. I'm K Kong, K5 ODP. Nice. Howdy. Now, what I thought would be kind of interesting, right, if we follow kind of the Discord methodology, right, the way that Discord manages things, right, we've got a couple channels out here, and then we've got just all these individual discussions. Let's see, who's this here? I don't know who this is. B3BF. Identify yourself. Who is B3BF? Let me see if I've got you in my node list. I don't, so you've not updated yet. Okay. Now, I mean, the other thing I think that is kind of interesting is when you sit here and you watch all the traffic that's going through this thing, I mean, there is a ton of traffic, and only a portion of it is intentional communication, right? There's tons of it that is telemetry and other detail that's just being passed across the mesh, across the internet in this case, to make everything work. That is Frank. So Frank, I'm guessing you've got your short name set. We'll see. That'll likely update here. But you see all that traffic going across. That's why it can take some time for some of this stuff to update, right? There's just tons of traffic going. Good to see you, Frank. Okay, let's see here. I've got something here long fast as well. Okay. I'm going to try. Frank, I'll try to send you a direct message. We'll see if you get that. But what I thought would be kind of interesting is to create a channel list and yeah, I figured you had it set, Frank. Create a channel list, and then at that point, we can create a QR code and share that, and have a whole bunch of channels that folks can chat in. This is the meat and potatoes. Where is the IP connection to this? Yeah, so Frank, you should have been here on time, buddy, but you were smoking cigars. So I have what's called a mosquito server. That is the MQTT server that is running in AWS. So I set up a mosquito server in the cloud, and that's what everyone's connecting to. So that's the pivot point, right? That's the that's what's routing all this traffic. Let's see. So Chris says, I see Ed and Sab1 on the map. I see the messages on my node, but not on his phone. Are you, Oh, there, Frank just updated. Who's this? 9D9B nerds. Yep, guilty as charged. Absolutely. Let's see. I thought I saw Frank's announcement. I don't see him yet. Oh yeah, there he is. Tank right there. Tank D. And then let's see. Now, the other thing to keep in mind is, right, if you don't have your position stuff turned on, it's not going to show up on the map, right? So you're still in control of that, right? Whether or not you want that to show up on the map. So that's Eric. Nice. Good. Here, I'll send them a direct. You can send emojis, right? It sends emojis. So all that stuff works, right? All the messaging stuff that you're used to using works, except for Ronnie. None of it works for Ronnie. Ronnie, what? Tell us what your situation is. Tell us what your board is. Tell us what your client is. Let's see. Chris says, I got one node kind of working, two that are not. They are going to have to be reflashed because they're flaky. Yeah, I'd flash them with current stable stuff, and I'd probably reset your node database and just start out fresh. Let's see. Eric says he didn't get the message. I only received one message saying woo woo. Woohoo. Okay. Oh, well, look. That's interesting. So if you can see, it doesn't look like it's sent. Let me try another one. Okay. Let me see. Yeah, I'm still connected. So we had you, then we lost you, Eric, for some reason. Let's see. Let me see if I can send to somebody else. Yep, so that one went through. Oh, wait, the Hey Buddy didn't go through. So that's interesting. Let me try you again. I'm going to try to resend this. Well, this thing's just puking quick. Yeah, it doesn't like that for some reason. Let's see. T1000 on a web client connected via USB. All settings saved and triple checked. So Ronnie's our web client. Okay. So he's got the NRF. Does it show all of the settings in the web client, Ronnie? I'm curious. I'm trying to remember back to Dave and I doing a bunch of testing. He tried using the web client, and I think there were some elements missing in the web client, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see. We can go through the settings again. Let's see. Let me see. We got some more messages popping in here. So John looks like he's off and running. He's got his emojis going. Frank's got his emojis going. He's got both of his devices going. He's all set. Let's see. We got Frank here. Never. The DMs take a bit to come in. We'll see if that gets through. Looks like it did. Now this is interesting here. What's the difference here? Let's look at something. What's going on here? Let's see. So if we look at long fast, you send a message. I get the little cloud with the check mark. Oh, I think the only difference is that this is sent to an individual. The other thing that's a little odd is that it's splitting some of our conversations, right? You guys see that? So I've got where I was reaching out to Frank, and then Frank, whenever he reached out to me, instead of it consolidating those, it's treating those as two different conversations for some reason. So I'll go ahead and kill this one. Okay. So I'm replying to you, Frank. All right, let's see. Okay, so Ronnie found all the settings. Let's see, Chris. So I can flash Meshtastic on a Raspberry Pi Pico. Yeah, I haven't tried that. I have issues with save back to the node. I'm no longer actually receiving messages now on either device. Oh, that's interesting. So you didn't get my response here. Oh, wait. Or did you? What's going on? Let's see. Yeah, it looks like you're getting messages, Frank. Are you getting them? Yeah, I want so I set this up on a cloud server, and I set it up on a small server. So I think the other thing that would be interesting is we can look here, Frank. We can see if your message comes through. So let me see if I can find the message that I sent. Right here it is. So here's the message pair, right? Here's the encoded one. Here's the non-encoded one. You're not going to get the non-encoded one. You're not going to get that JSON one anyhow. You would get this guy. So that did get sent. It did come through the server. Yeah, so and I can see, it looks like, let's see, A4F. Is that you, Frank? Yeah, so that was you. Yep, A4F. Message is getting, my messages are back. I had to do a node DB reset. A4F. So Frank, you had to reset your node. That's interesting. All right, let's see who's all in the node list here. So there's, let's see if we've got someone new. Doesn't look like it. So we have a couple Heltec V3s. There's a tracker. So K-Kong is using a T1000. Here's a new T114. That's Frank's. And he's got a seed solar node. Is that an NRF chip? That solar node? We have Dave. Where's Dave when you need him? Let's see. We have a T-beam here, T1000, and I'm running a T-beam as well. Yeah, it's like, now, you know, this is one of the things I think will be interesting to watch. I think we've all heard of, you know, there's times when Meshtastic doesn't stand up, right? And it'd be interesting to watch this and have visibility of the traffic as it goes through this server, right? So when a message isn't received, right? One of the reasons I wanted to do this, one of the reasons I wanted to stand this up is when we go to the ham fests and we've got large groups, if we also have people configured to use the MQTT server, one of the things that you can do as messages come through that server, you can just push them out to a file, right? You could just start to collect those messages, and then you could start to try to understand, is there, you know, potentially you can start to understand if there's a routing problem or not, right? Like right here, what we're seeing is Frank having some trouble getting his messages. And it'll be interesting to watch all those messages and see if they're actually coming through the server, right? We've got some extra visibility here that you don't have normally. Okay, Frank, I got you there. I see your message. Let me see what I got here. Yeah, so, and Frank, we're actually, right, you're actually getting further than Dave was able to get whenever he and I were working one-on-one, and he was trying to use an iOS device. JSON, yes. TLS, no. Right here, let me show that for you real quick, Ronnie, so you can see what's going on. There you go. You should see that on your screen now. Yeah, you're getting further than Dave. Let me see. I'm going to check out your message here. That is odd. Odd, odd, odd. Yeah, that is kind of odd. Encryption, no. Encryption's disabled. Now, if you're using the web client, I'm not sure how it handles. Does it have a similar setting here, Ronnie, for the proxy to client? Mr. Tube, good to see you out there. Yeah, we're in We're up to our eyeballs in dork tonight. That's for sure. Good to have you out there, Mike. We're having fun here for sure. Let's see here. Let me get caught up on these messages. So we got ACK or AC3, sorry. Let's see. So that looks fine. I think that catches up on the messages. See if we have any other nodes that pop up. AC3IK. It seems like he's communicating without any issues. John's been doing good. Frank has some stuff, weird stuff going on. Tank's doing okay. K-Kong's doing good. NU5M. Did I send a message to you yet? Oh, this is interesting. What do we got going on here? So I don't have a way to send you. So maybe did you only set up to send and maybe not receive? I don't see a way to send to you. That's interesting. And then we got Chris. It looks like that's it. Nobody new. Bill, were you able to get going here? Were you able to get connected? I don't see WHW out there. No new nodes to the map. Mac OS also got a Meshtastic app update and it broke a lot of stuff. Okay. By proxy, you are dork. Too funny. Too funny indeed. Bill, I'm not hearing you out there, buddy. Are you connected? Were you able to get your stuff working? Tech 2. Yep, I can see you now. I gotcha. You have to let me know if that comes in, Chris. Bill, you're being awful quiet out there. Did I miss some of your messages here? Doesn't look like it. So PRK, let's see, he had to go flash his node. Okay. Okay, JLCA. Does my device need to be Wi-Fi or Bluetooth? Just Bluetooth connected. You don't want to, yeah, don't go down the Wi-Fi route. You want to be Bluetooth connected. Let us know, JLCA. Let us know what device you're working with and if you're Android or iOS. Ronnie, do you not have a phone you can try to just try a different client if the web client's not going? Uh-oh, lost connection to the device. What's going on here? Let me get reconnected. Uh-oh. All right. Let's find out what's going on here. I got some sort of technical difficulty. Let's see what's going on here. I'm going to restart this. Sometimes this phone link gets a little funky. There we go. Looks like we're almost back. Almost back. There we go. That should do it. Let's see. There we go. Got some new messages out there. Let's see who's chatting. We got Frank. Keep getting message alerts, but no new messages, huh? All right, Frank. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for testing and trying. Appreciate it. You made it further than Dave did. So if Dave does happen to join, we'll make sure we rub it in and we let him know. Have a good night. Let's see here. Let's see. So Chris got Android to work now to reflash Tech 1. All right. Now let's see what I saw some updates here. Okay. Android with a Spec 5 tracker. Okay. So the tracker, is that the original tracker or is this a new tracker? Is this the Delta or the original? Not that it matters. Both of them should be fine. But they're different chips. That's the only reason I was asking. Can't connect it. No USB. Can't connect it. So Ronnie, you can't Bluetooth connect to your node? If the web client won't work, I'm pretty much hosed. I don't work well with a phone in my vision. Ah, okay. I'm with you, Ronnie. Well, you know what? Just hang tight, Ronnie. We'll try to walk through the client here as a group and see if we can figure it out. Let's see here. So JLCA. Let's see. So he's got his Android. And so you're connected. Let's just go through the settings one more time for you, just so you can see what you need to do. And that way, if anyone else has joined and they want to try to nerd out with us and get connected and all that good stuff, they can. Okay. So the first thing you're going to check in your LoRa settings, you want to turn off, ignore MQTT. You want to OK to MQTT and OK to transmit. Transmit enabled. Okay, that's all you need to worry about. Just make sure you save it if you made any changes. Then your node's going to reset. Now, on channels, that's where we're going next. Remember, you have to have an MQTT channel. And it has to be lowercase. Got to be lowercase. So make sure that is lowercase and make sure you enable the uplink and the downlink. And of course that won't show. But that's what we've got. Enable uplink and downlink. The Delta, that's the new one. Okay, that's the NRF chip. Okay. Once you save those, It usually doesn't cause a reboot to add a channel, but if it reboots or wants to reboot, that's fine. Go ahead and listen to it. Do it. Okay, the next thing you want to do is get down to the MQTT module, right? And this is where you put in your server address. That's the one I've got in the cloud. You've got your username. Here, and I'll type these things in, right? It's better to just copy and paste them. That way you don't get a typo. You're good as long as I don't have a typo. So there's your server. There is your username. There's your password. Okay. Then we talked about these items, right? Encryption disabled, JSON turned on. Now, yeah, now let's see, you're on an NRF, so it's not, so JLCA, go ahead and leave your JSON output disabled. Have all three of those turned off. Let's try that for you. And then you got to make sure your root topic is correct. Right? If that is not exact, you will not be able to pass messages. And then make sure you turn on proxy to client. And then make sure you save it. Gotta scroll down and save it. All right, we'll see how that works for you. All right, now give me a second here to get myself set up. Let's see here. So let me think. I am not going to need this. I'm just getting configured so I can walk through the web client here, and we'll walk through that and see how it looks together. Okay. All right, let me see here. Let me find, here we go. Well, that doesn't look good. Let's go to this one instead. Okay. So you guys should be able to see that. And we're going to make a new connection. I'm going to make a serial connection. And let's see, I need this tiny USB connect. Let this thing do its thing. All right. Let me find my chat. Ronnie, are you still with us? Let's see. Chris, and I have to reset my GPS GPIO pins. Uh-oh. Okay, had to work a double and late It's a late shift. Looks like I have a lot to catch up on. Yeah, we'll get you caught up. We'll get you caught up. So what we're doing here is we're getting everyone configured to connect to a private MQTT server so that we can have communications through Meshtastic across the internet with a group, right? Our group here. And we've been getting people configured with their smartphone client, but we've got some folks that are trying to get the web client working. So we're going to do that now. We're going to try to walk through that configuration now. So you should be able to, okay, Ronnie, good. You should be able to follow along and maybe set up your smartphone client by following along. All right, so let's see here. We're going to go to config, and I am not that super familiar, so we're going to fumble through this. So the first thing that I like to look at is LoRa. So we're going to click on LoRa over here at the top. Okay, and the important settings here are ignore MQTT is disabled, right? We don't want to ignore it, so we want that disabled. And we're saying it's okay to MQTT, right? We want to do that, right? So we don't need to worry about any of those other settings for the waveform. We want transmit enabled. Transmit power, 30 dBm. So I don't know if you guys know this. So 30 dBm is 1 watt, right? And a standard Meshtastic radio is usually 22 dBm. So it's interesting that they just go ahead and set it to 1 watt here. I guess what they're saying is use maximum power. But anyhow, we don't need to change any of these settings. We will talk about this in a later late shift whenever we start. I've got a high power, I've got an amplified Meshtastic radio on the way. So we'll talk about that at a later time. But for today, let's make sure ignore MQTT is off, okay to MQTT is on, and enable transmit is turned on as well. That's all we need out of this one. Okay, I didn't make any changes. I don't have to save anything. If you made any changes, go ahead and save. Okay, the next thing we have to do is we've got to look at our channel config. So I'm going to jump over here to channel config. And you don't need to mess with your primary. If you have other channels, that's fine. But you have to create a channel that's called MQTT. That's got to be the name of it. And it's got to be in lowercase. So that's important. Okay. The other thing that's important is to turn on these two settings, uplink enable, downlink enable. You can set your precision if you want. None of that stuff matters for what we're trying to do. Even the pre-shared key does not matter. This does not matter. We're not using it. Doesn't matter. Yeah, Ronnie, it doesn't matter at all. That key does not matter. None of us have a key that are matched right now. We haven't shared keys. There's no need to, because we're not encrypting our traffic. Okay. So again, if you've made any changes, go up here and hit your save. Okay. Now, if you don't have this MQTT channel already, right? You're going to have to go into one of these other channels and generate it, create it. And there's not a whole lot you need to worry about here, right? I mean, I guess we could walk through this, Ronnie. We should walk through this just to make sure your other settings are the same, right? These are settings that automatically get set behind the scenes in the smartphone client, but you don't have to. But you have to set them if you're doing it through the web client. So the role, you want it to be secondary. Okay, you can generate a key if you want. It doesn't matter. If you're having trouble, Ronnie, why not go ahead and generate one regardless? Maybe for some reason, if you don't have one, it's going to have a problem. So this is a 256-bit if you're going to generate one. So choose 256 and hit generate. Doesn't matter what it is, but who knows? Maybe it has to be there. I wonder if I need a VPN. Just see if you can ping that server. I mean, if you can hit that server, you should be okay. I'm not doing any geofencing on that server. All right, Ronnie, so you have your role set to secondary. Just generate a key for the fun of it. You've got your name. You've got your uplink enabled, your downlink enabled, and the location really doesn't matter. If you made some changes there, go ahead and save them. Okay. All right, Ronnie, go ahead and save that, and then we'll move back to the configuration. This time we're going to move to the module config. And we want to be on MQTT. All right, so here we want to have that enabled. Okay, I'll go ahead and type in. Well, here's what I'll do. I'll do even one better, right? I'll copy and paste these. There's your MQTT server address. There's your username. There's your password. Okay. So you're in good shape there. So encryption, leave that off. JSON, you can leave it off. It's not required. Right? If we just want to try something different, you can enable it. You see I've got it enabled. Disable your TLS. You want that one off. And here's your root topic. Make sure you've got that root topic. Got to be exact. No spaces. No space at the end of it. Utilize the network connection to proxy MQTT messages to the client. You want that turned on. Map reporting, turn that off, turn it on. It's up to you. And then the rest of it, you can see what I've got there. It's got 3,600 seconds. Again, if you don't have that turned on, it doesn't matter. I don't have mine turned on. And then you don't have to worry about the approximate location. Go ahead and save that if you made any changes. I'm curious, Ronnie, if you had to make any changes. Okay, Ronnie has the same. All right, so he should be good. So that's all there is to the config. Now, let's see if I can send a message through the web client, right? I've not tried to send a message through the web client while connected here. So let's see here. I'm going to send something through the primary. We'll see if that reaches anyone. I'll wait for a response in that long fast channel, which is the primary. I'll also send a message out here to the MQTT channel. Let's see, I've still got John out there. I'm going to send a message out to John as well. His messages. I'll send a bunch of direct messages. Frank's gone. Tank may still be here. We'll see if Chris gets this. Okay, so I had something come back here. MQTT, Fat Brady. Okay, so we were able to exchange messages on the MQTT channel. Let's see. So Ronnie, you're still not seeing anything in here, huh? Check that MQTT channel. If this is, okay, so he says no. So are you seeing any of the nodes at all, Ronnie? You see, I mean, here, this is telling me I've got 93 nodes. I've got all these nodes along here. Are you seeing any of those nodes? Not seeing any of them. I mean, I am thinking, Ronnie, that it might be time for you to flash that thing, or at a minimum, do a reset. Let's see how you do that here. Under config, maybe. Under, let's see, is that under module? I'm not sure where you reset this here. Yeah, I'm looking right now to see where that's at. So I don't see it in radio. I don't see it in module. Can you do it from the node list? Can you do it here? See, I can see all these different people connected via MQTT. Some of them I'm seeing just now, right? I saw Fat Brady, which was a new one. But let's see, is there a way to clear this? No, it doesn't look like that. Maybe it's under the command menu. Ah, here we go. Here we go. Okay, that's where you want to be. So Ronnie, if you go over to the command menu in your navigation on the left-hand side, and you scroll down here, you have some of those options that you always see at the bottom of the smartphone app. So I think what I would try first is to reset your node DB. And then if that doesn't give you any joy, then I would do a factory reset the device. And then if that gave you no joy, then I would factory reset the config and then redo it. right? Reset everything for MQTT. That's the order in which I would attempt to troubleshoot this. Right, so reset your node DB first, see if that solves it. If not, do a reset of the device, see if that solves it. And if that doesn't do it, then do a gray man POTA and reset the config. Hopefully that makes sense. So give those a try. We're going to hang out here for a bit, Ronnie. We'll see if you have any luck. Okay, it's boy, it's been a while since I've been in the web client. It's kind of cool, right? You can see a lot of different information here. You can see it rather quickly. See the MAC address, the model, the signal to noise ratio, right? All these MQTT ones, right? They look different, obviously, than the ones that are actually going over RF. So that's kind of interesting to see. See, I got just a ton of nodes around here. Ton. "30 minutes without receiving any new messages. I don't think Meshtastic is ready for prime time." Well, that's Eric, that's one of the reasons why I wanted to set this up, right? Again, just to get some extra visibility to understand what is going on, right? So being able to see stuff that goes through the server gives you just a separate point of view that that you don't normally have. Because, obviously I've heard all those comments and complaints. And, it's interesting when we're at the big ham fests and you have a bunch of people using these things. It's hard to know if you're missing messages or not. But when you've got a tool here where you can see the messages that are going through the network, right, it gives you a different perspective that you wouldn't otherwise have. Let's see, where'd my chat go? There it is. All right, let's see. Got another comment out here. PRK. "Should I see the MQTT channel in my channel list? All I have is primary channel." So I'm guessing you're an iOS user. So what we've seen is that even when that channel is created, it's not visible in iOS, right? They think for whatever reason they should hide hide it from you, but I'm not sure why they do. So you're not going to be able to use the MQTT channel itself, but you should be able to go, right, let me switch back over here just to explain something real quick. So let me go back into the channel config. Right, whenever we went in here to MQTT and we enabled and disabled this downlink, you need to do that on the primary channel as well if you want to be able to send messages to that channel. So try that, PRK. Try to go into your primary, enable those, and then try to send a message over that. All right, let's see what we got here. So let's see. The other thing that's kind of interesting here, if you look at the, so here you can kind of understand how the topic works, right? MSH US, that's our region. That's why that's important. All messages get built on top of that. Two, I forget what the two is. I think, I don't recall, so I don't want to misspeak. But you're going to see different messages, right? So this here looks like an encrypted message. See how that little E is there? That lets us know that it's an encoded message, and that this went over MQTT, and it was sent by user 6F6. Where if we go down here a little bit, here's a different message, right? This one here, it's a mesh message, US to, except this is not encoded, this is JSON, but then it's sent over MQTT, and it's sent by 3174, right? So that's Fat Brady there. Okay. So it's you can learn a little bit about how this stuff works by just seeing how the messages traverse the network. Right, here's another encoded message. Obviously, it uses a different topic whenever they send an encoded message. And you can see if you had this wrong, if you had this mesh slash, let's say you didn't have the US on there, then it's going to append the rest of that information on top of MSH, and nobody's listening to MSH /2/E, right? That's why you wouldn't see or hear that message. So that's why getting the topic correct is important. So we have, lots of people now that are sending messages, either intentional text messages or telemetry messages through the server. So here I see a test from PRK. So right there is a message that hit, that message here hit the Mosquito server, PRK. I would try to send another one here so we could look at the top and see, okay, it works, kind of. So let's see. Is that PRK or is that somebody else? Let me go over here to nodes and see if we have a new node. Ah, right there, PRK. PRK's in. Something's not quite right yet. Connections unknown. At least we're not getting specific information there. Where's PRK here? Ronnie, trying to flash DFU mode on this T1000 is near impossible. The double tap is tough. Yeah. Once you get it down, it's easy, but yeah, certainly. It's like a new skill you have to learn. It's kind of silly. But PRK, looks like you were connected 19 minutes ago. Okay. Let's see what we're looking at map-wise. Ah, cool. Okay, so we got some folks out here, and then look at all this. Oh, this is some of my other Texas stuff, right? So if you guys want to see what a robust Meshtastic environment looks like, right here you can see just all kinds of stuff going on in the DFW area. And of course, these are just the ones that have their location enabled. No new messages there. All right, let's see. Yeah, so I'm going to try to send you a message. We'll see if you get that direct message. I just sent you a direct message, sorry. Something else. Let me see, did it actually go? Got PRK on long fast, but not the MQTT channel. Okay. Yeah, so some folks are seeing you. Let's see if where'd you go? Let's see. Those are my channels. Here's my nodes. Let me try this again. I don't use this that much, so I don't know. Is this little dot supposed to fill in? Let's see. When I had some other messages, or is that dot maybe not supposed to be there? I'm not sure. PRK, not the most intuitive setup. Yeah, it's wonky on iOS. I think it's much more intuitive on Android. I'm not seeing my messages come through here from this client for whatever reason. Let me try to send one here through primary again. I'm just trying to see if I am not, so I'm just over here trying to send a message, and then I'm watching the server just comes through, and I don't see it coming through. Let me try the MQTT. Now this is one that we did was able to see some traffic on. And let's see if this one comes through the server. I just sent another test here in the MQTT channel. But I don't see it connected, or I don't see it sending. All right, so here I'm going to, let me see here. Let me make sure. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and disconnect here from the web client. I'm going to connect back to the Android client. Doesn't seem like it's as reliable on the web client. Here, I'm just going to get connected here again. I want to see if within here, okay, I've not seen, oh, that might be, No, that's not it. All right, let's see here. I saw, okay. I got Android. Let's see. Are you still out there, Chris? Are you still testing with Tech One? I'm going to send another message out there. I wanted to say test, but I didn't say test. And then I'm going to check here and see. Yeah, I can see these messages coming through now. And I saw somebody just replied with a thumbs up. And if I go back here and look, there's the thumbs up. Okay. So yeah, Android seems to work pretty well. iOS seems to be a little flaky, and the web client seems to be a little flaky. Eric, I'm curious, if you're still out there, which client are you using? Flashing the T1000. Oh yeah, yeah. Same issue Ronnie's been having. Let's see here. Thanks for the help, but I could not connect. Going to bed. Alrighty. Well, hey, give it a try. I'm going to leave this server up so we can play with it and see if it's going to be something that is worthwhile playing around with. So, thanks for hanging out. Gosh, I gotta get your name eventually. JLCA. Thanks for hanging out and thanks for trying. I like how iOS looks, to be honest. Android actually works better. Yeah. I can see your messages. Okay, cool. And I can receive fat bees, but no one else's. Interesting. And you're on Android. And are you on a relatively current firmware, Eric? Have you flashed yours a while? In some relatively short time period? I also get a flag showing 8 messages, but when you go to the primary channel, you don't see them. You're on the newest. Okay. Yeah, I'm on the newest as well for this T-Beam Supreme. I just flashed it before I started messing with all this stuff. The newest as of 3 days ago. And that's not too far, PRK, unlike if you see the message here that Frank last sent, you guys appear to be having the same experience. So I keep getting message alerts, but no new messages. So I think you're getting the exact same experience that Frank's getting. Jeff. Okay, gotcha, Jeff. Thanks for hanging out, Jeff. I mean, I'm pretty happy with how many folks we were able to get connected here at least. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Probably more than that. Let's see. 1. Oh, now that's, look, right there. I got PRK right there. Let me see if I can message. Says it was sent. Tech 1 is up and running. I can see that. See both of your messages. See the message I sent. This is the test message I just sent to PRK. What's interesting is it's not showing him as connected as MQTT. That's interesting. Oh, got it. Name is Jimmy. Oh, got it, but let's see. But in a different, okay. Test direct message, got it. Yep. See if you can get my response. We'll send you an emoji. Yeah, right there's the message. You can see how it went through the server. You can see it in both styles, right? The encoded as well as the JSON message. Let's see. Test received. Tech 1 is up and running. I got this in DFU mode. Erase the file shown in the drive. Copy the firmware file to the drive. It rebooted, reconnecting. Nothing looks different. Okay, so now that you've got the updated firmware on it, Ronnie, I would go ahead and do a factory reset. So think about it like this. You've got new software on the device, but you still have all the configuration that you had before in the client. And I think those still stay connected at some level. So I would try to doing that factory reset. And then John says, attempting to update firmware, failing. Could not find firmware for LilyGo. This is through the flasher, the web flasher, John. I know sometimes you have to disconnect and reconnect so your serial port gets picked up again when you're doing that flashing sometimes. And with the LilyGo, if I'm not mistaken, you also want to hold in one of those buttons. I can't remember which one it is, right, to flash it. You have to hold in like the reset button or the other button whenever you put the cable to it to get it into essentially DFU mode. Okay. Yeah, there we go. So Jimmy, we're able to communicate here on direct message at least. So that's good. So I'm going to delete this one. Yeah, there you're showing up there. But it's interesting you don't have MQTT by your name. And I see Chris doesn't either, but I'm wondering if he just ran out of space. And so it didn't append it. Well, maybe not, because it looks like it'll wrap. It's interesting. Seems like I can direct message, but the only person I get in the primary channel is Fat Brady. No using Android. So were you able to get it flashed, John? I'm not understanding. Well, we got that old guy. We don't need that guy anymore. There we go. So it's I mean, it seems to work pretty well for Android, by and large, once you get everything configured. iOS is funky. Looks like maybe for direct messaging it's okay. But it's kind of a bummer that you can't, well, I guess something else we should try, and maybe we'll save this for another time. But, something I'd like to do is set up a list of channels and then share that in a QR code and, give us a list of topics that we can use, similar to Discord channels. Yeah, I think it likely is an iOS thing, this is, right, this is the other thing that's just a little bit of a drag. That you don't have complete parity between the Android client and the iOS client, right? And I understand how and why, but that's still just not a good thing, right? I think it just causes confusion in the community, right? It just makes things harder than it needs to be, right? I think that they should try to align and maybe there's an opportunity now, right? In the past, when everything was just kind of an unfunded free-for-all, right, where you're using donated time and all the rest, and there's no real benefit other than a developer wanting to be a contributor, to spend the time and to do something specific. But now, right, that they have funding and they've got dollars associated with people that are using, people that have official Meshtastic hardware, it would be nice to see them get both platforms aligned, right? So you've got the same functionality in both platforms. I think it would further the product, and right, anything you can do to reduce complexity, reduce confusion is a good thing. Anybody seeing this? Yeah, I got you, Jimmy. I'll try to respond here. I just looked down and saw that I had a message there. Fat Brady's there. I'm on Android with no issues. Yep, looking good. Yeah, so it seems like certainly this functionality is maybe originally developed on Android and then tried to be implemented in iOS. Just a guess, I don't know. So John still hasn't been able to get his flashed. Oh, that's a hassle. And he was using a T-beam as well, if I recall seeing in the list. I wonder if I can still see him in the list. Yeah, it looks like I can. From his prior connection. Lily go. Oh, he's using the same thing I'm using, T-beam Supreme. Yeah. Well, let's see here. Using the exact same thing I'm doing. So let's see. Let me swap over. All right. And then let me clear any messages here. I saw somebody else just sent in a message. Yep, Jimmy, we got you. All right, so I'm gonna. Okay, I am plugged into that. Okay, so no, I'm not. I got to plug into this other cable. I got too many cables and too many machines here. Here, I'm going to walk through trying to flash this thing and see if we can help John, see if this is helpful to him at all. What am I on? I'm on 2715. So I'm going to say select a target device, and I'm going to have it do an auto detect. And I know I'm using this tiny USB. That's my COM port. Say connect. And dismiss that. Didn't seem to catch it. Tiny USB connect. Tell it to reload. Try it again. Just want to see if it's going to auto detect. Okay, it found it that time. So I had to do it 2 or 3 times. But then it eventually found my T-Beam Supreme. Ronnie, having success now, reconfiguring. Awesome. Most activity you've ever had? Well, that's the whole idea here, Jimmy, is trying to get people who are, like I said, in a Meshtastic desert, get them the ability to use the platform. All right, so let's see what we've got here. Firmware options. Looks like, yeah, this 2715, this is the same one I've got. Right, so this is the exact same one I have. So there's no new one since I flashed it last. Right, and so if you tell it that you want to flash, right, it tells you how you have to do it. Yep, you have to press and hold the boot user button while plugging in the cable. Right, or you can try to do it at 1200 BPS, which I always just do it the faster way, right? Because then this works at 115 200, faster than the 1200. Let me see what else we got here. I sent something from TechP. Did that come through? It's my T1000 on Android 73. I'm all okay. Jimmy, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for playing along. We'll see you next time. Andy, I wonder if you have a Meshtastic device over across the pond there. It'd be fun to get you connected here, right? It doesn't. Your Meshtastic device would work on a different frequency, but we could kind of use this to bridge those frequencies over MQTT. I'm curious if you've got a device. Let's see here. So, John, I don't know if that kind of follows along with what you've been doing. I'm curious if you were able to get the auto. I always like to do the auto because then I know it knows what I'm talking to. And then anytime you're having trouble, I always do the full erase and install. Like just kind of make sure you're getting a clean start. All right, I'm going to go ahead and switch back over. Not yet. Okay, Andy. All right, let me switch back over. I'll see if Chris's messages come through. Let me see, Chris, if I see it. Here, I'm just reconnecting to my node. Give me a second. I'll see if it came through the server. All right, let me see if I can find your node here. Right there, maybe technology 1. I think this is it. So 3084 is your ID. And let's see if I've got any messages from 3084. And I'm just looking at the topic, right, to see if I got any that match 3084 at the last 4 digits of that hex. I don't see any there, Chris. Why don't you try to send another one? I'm having trouble connecting it on the flasher. Yeah, it took me 2 or 3 times, John, to get it to recognize it. I might have the wrong... hex. I'm assuming that technology 1 was the one we were looking for. Chris, which oh wait, you said from Tech P. I'm sorry, so it wasn't Tech 1, so I was looking at the wrong one. So we need to see, do we have Tech P yet? I don't see Tech P. Try to send us out another message here. Put Tech P in your message too, so I know. I'm seeing this 16F6. Let's see, I have 3 connected, Tech 1, Tech 2, and Tech P. Where are you sending messages at? I don't see any of your messages yet. I don't see where you're sending them, so I don't think you're actually connected. I'm not seeing you show up in the server. You're sending them to MQTT. Yeah, the last message I see is Tech 2. That was before midnight. That was 20 minutes ago. Hey, while we're waiting, and since we're talking about LoRa stuff, I saw a number of folks in the Seed Studio T2000 live stream that they did earlier in the week. Curious what you guys thought of what they showed off. I really thought we were going to see an updated T1000 and not a completely different product. So from that standpoint, I was disappointed. But in terms of having a LoRa device. In terms of having a LoRa device, or it being a LoRa device, I mean, it looks like it's probably has some good applications. I wasn't buying the way they were trying to hang it on a cow, but certainly for shipping containers, equipment, right? It's got an industrial type case. I'm just watching here to see if any new messages come through. Haven't seen any. But let me see if I can find. And show you guys what the T2000 looks like, if you haven't seen it yet. I'm trying to find something that's not a video, just trying to... Trying to find a picture here. All right, here we go. So here's the T2000. They've got 3 different versions of it. The A, the B, and the C. And they have some slightly different capabilities here. You see one's got a solar panel on it, obviously. These ones can use batteries. I'm trying to remember the difference between the A and the B. Let's see if there's any other interesting details here. Here we go. Let's see. So here's the A. I mean, they have a wider operating temperature, right? Minus 40 to 85 degrees Celsius. 8,000 milliamp hour battery capacity, which is nice. Right here you can see a little bit more. But these are really designed, these are industrial nodes that are currently just available for LoRaWAN. These are not available for Meshtastic at this point. And quite honestly, I don't know if they're useful in Meshtastic. Yeah, like this. I'm not buying this. Right? Nobody's going to put something that big and heavy on a collar like that on a cow. I just don't see it. Still no other messages coming through. Ooh, wait, I saw something from Eric. Did I see something from Eric? Eric, did you send something? I saw Eric there. I thought I saw something come through. Right, so I picked that up. Let's try to send the message. See if this one gets through. Hey, I got a check mark. It's better than a slash. We'll see if we get a response. All right, what you got here, Chris? It's kind kind of dumb. I want the T1000 with the USB-C. This T2000 is kind of swing and miss for our needs. Yeah, it's, I mean, I wasn't very interested in it after I saw what it was, quite honestly. But I agree. I think it's, I mean, it's this is for industrial applications, right? Let's just be honest. I don't think this is useful necessarily for the Meshtastic community. The other thing that it has that I think, again, is a bonus for industrial uses is it's got memory. It's got onboard memory. And I forget, I mean, it was a significant number of messages that this thing can hold if it's out of range of a network. Right, so if this thing is capturing telemetry, right, let's say you're capturing GPS coordinates, but you're off the mesh for some period of time, and then you come back to the mesh, it'll retain all of those messages that it couldn't send when it was off the mesh. Yeah, the local data cache. So 1,000 records. So I thought that was, I thought that was significant, because the other thing is, right, in a LoRa WAN application, you're not going to be reading your GPS data, every few seconds, right? You're gonna be doing it over periods of time, maybe every 5-10 minutes, maybe even every 15 minutes. Yeah, so here, this is interesting here, right? So assuming the device remains continuously out of LoRa WAN coverage with an uplink interval of 1 hour, it can retain approximately 41 days of historical data. So if you're transmitting every hour on the hour, right? If this thing is on a shipping container out to sea, it can retain that data. Right? And what other sensor data you may be collecting. So it's interesting. I like the way, I like the design of it. I like the mounting options. I just don't think it's practical or really useful for Meshtastic. Let's see here. Ronnie says, okay, I'm trying to save the configs. I'm doing it one section at a time, and it saves, but then still has a blue unsaved configs. I am not that familiar with it, Ronnie. Let me read that again. Okay, wait. So Bill, you were successful after a factory reset. Oh, there we go. Sorry, I'm jumping all kind of back and forth here, gang. So here we have worked after a factory reset. Cool. Here, let me instead reply. Cool. Welcome to the party. All right, I'm going to try to get you on a direct message. And then let me see what's going on here with Eric. I'm going to try to send him another direct message. And let me check here. So it's sent. So this one, right, we can see the goat. Right, you can see the goat. That's what I sent to Eric. So it's easy to pick up in the message. Getting some telemetry stuff there, but let's see. I'll go back here. No new messages there, but let's see. I'm curious if Bill showed up here on the list. Sure did. Okay. All right, so let's see. Chris, so for asset tracking, how do they connect the nodes to a central server for doing asset tracking? If a container falls over, do they get a message that one is missing? So this does have, let me see if I can find it here. This does have some sensors in it that are pretty sensitive in terms of them being jostled around. They were talking about that just a little bit. They had a video, or they had a graphic too that demonstrated something. I don't see it off the top of my head though. But what they use, right, is they use these LoRaWAN gateways, right? They'll connect these to the internet. They'll connect, right? So if you have a bunch of these on a ship, maybe you'd have a LoRaWAN gateway. And then that gateway is connected to the internet so that they can track them. They had a really good picture in their video. I'm trying to find it. Let's see. They had a picture. It had it was like a farm. Oh yeah, here you go. Here's some more info here too. Right, so you can see it's gasketed. Got a tamper-proof button on it. Right, I mean these are certainly built for industrial use. Let's see if it's got that. This is some of the LoRaWAN config stuff. But they kind of showed what the network config looks like, right? Where you got a bunch of nodes that are talking over LoRaWAN to a gateway. The gateway's connected to the internet. And then they've got all these dashboards and stuff to keep track of all these, right? The gateways, the sensors, the devices themselves. It's pretty nice. Their system is pretty nice. If you've got an industrial application, I think it's worth checking out for sure. All right, let's see. Oh, I got a message here. Let's see who it's from. Ah, it's from Bill. Success. Excellent. So we got that one, but I don't know that Eric is getting. I don't think Eric's getting us though. Okay, Ronnie. So if I connect to a Bluetooth device from a PC web client and have the proxy set, it should proxy on the PC. Yes. That's what I would expect, Ronnie. So if you Bluetooth to that device, it'll use the PC's internet connection via the web client to get out. Hopefully you got your save thing figured out there, Ronnie. So I think the moral of the story here is, if you're using this with an Android, the second one, Eric, you just want it for Mesh US. It appends the rest. It will add the two for you. And how I know that is, I've tried it, right, where I added more to the topic than I should have. So just like you asked the question, and then whenever I would see the topic here on the server, I would see MSH US 2 JSON, and then I knew it wasn't working, right? Because the path was wrong, the topic was wrong. So with that in mind, I'm going to try another device again. Okay. Go for it, Ronnie. Yeah, I'm going to leave it up for a while here, Ronnie, just to play with it. And, oh, got it now. Okay, there's Eric. Let's switch over here. Okay, so Eric, you had an extra 2 in your topic. Is that, was that the issue? Yeah, I'm going to leave it up. So anybody who's connected to it can feel free. Now, what I may do at some point here is I'm going to add some channels just so we can play around with them. And I'll add some channels, and I'll post a QR code that has all those channels on it, so that you could add those channels to your channel list, and they'll be relevant to various topics. So if you want to talk about FM satellites, you can go into the FM satellite channel. If you want to talk about TinyGS, you can go into the TinyGS channel. If you want to talk about the Crow panel, we'll have a Crow panel channel. Okay, now this, I'm curious here. I'm zoomed out. Yep. I didn't think Eric would have his position stuff on. So that's good. Let's see. I did initially like the idea of MQTT. I realize what it can do to an RF network. However, this idea of a limited room server is very cool and manageable. Yeah, it's I like the idea, right? We've got our group bill that it'd be nice to, we have all this activity on Meshtastic when we go to the big ham fests, and then I know a lot of people, when they go home, there's nobody to talk to, right? They don't have a local mesh. So being able to stay connected with a group of folks using the Meshtastic system, I think is kind of cool. All right, so let's see. So that was the T2000. I don't know if anybody else had any good topics or anything they wanted to touch base on tonight. I know this was a little bit of a departure here, right? Where I know not everyone could probably participate in what we were doing, but I thought it'd be fun to do it there. And I thought it was. So thanks for playing along, everybody. It was great to troubleshoot some of this stuff with a broader group who are trying different things. I was glad we were able to get some of the iOS stuff working at least, right? Because Dave wasn't able to get any of it working whenever he and I were working together. And I don't have an iOS device, so I can't even, play with it on my own to try to figure it out. I'm hoping Ronnie has some luck here. I'm going to probably try to play around with the web client myself this weekend because it'd be nice to know that works and figure out how that works so that folks could use that as an option. It looks like getting a little bit of buffer in here maybe. Is this stream holding up for you guys? I'm seeing a little bit of flash in here. Maybe it's starting to settle down. Well, lost my phone connection there too. All right. Well, if nobody else has any topics for tonight, I think we might just we might call it an evening here. I'm going to give Ronnie a few more minutes and see if we can figure out, see if he has any other luck there with his other device, if he's still trying. Let's see how we're doing. Do we still have some people hanging out? We still have 25 people out there. That's I'm a little surprised. Thanks for hanging out, folks. Like I said, I know this might not be a whole lot of fun if you're not actively hands-on trying to get connected and trying to make it work. Hopefully, just watching us go through that gives you some insight and some ideas, and maybe spark some interest to play around with it. Like I said, I will leave that up. Let's see. Let me Alimo know more about the crow. Let's see. So what do you? I think you're asking, what's the deal with this crow panel thing? So, obviously, it can run Meshtastic, right? So that's kind of the obvious use case for it. It's a touch screen, right? So you could be running the, what do they call that? The MUI? I think that's what it is, the MUI. Ronnie says, I'm going to try the Samsung tablet. Settings are not saving on the web client. Okay. Yeah, certainly. Keep me in the loop, Ronnie. I'll be keeping an eye on it. I'm assuming some folks will try to chat over that server over the weekend and over the coming week as well. But the other thing that I'm intrigued about is, the fact that this has some compute horsepower that, and it's got a bunch of I/O on it. And I think it'd be interesting to try to interface this with a radio and see what kind of interesting things we could make happen. You know, can we manipulate the Doppler or the frequency for Doppler? Right? Is this something we could use as a device when you've got something like the B-Tech that you can Bluetooth your phone to and manage the Doppler? Well, this thing has Bluetooth, it has Wi-Fi, it's got all the connectivity, right? So it'd be kind of interesting to try to connect this to a radio, either serially or over Bluetooth, and see if we can figure out how to manipulate the radio with that little device. That might be fun. And like I said, there's all these little add-on communication devices, right? We've got a couple ESP32s, and I don't know the difference between some of these at this point. We've got an ESP32H2, and we've got an ESP32C6. Now, I don't know what those are, but we're going to find out. Let's see. Bill says, got those nodes running. A well-placed Starlink with a Halo node could spread internet all around the park. Interesting. I reached out to Heltech, and a larger display isn't supported. That's the goal anyway for the TinyGS. I reached out to Heltech, and a larger display isn't supported. Huh. Yeah, that's interesting for Shack Aesthetics. Yeah. Let's see. Bill says, I'm watching the stream and in the chat via Halo. Ugh, dealing with companies in this country sucks. Hang in there, Eric, hang in there. And then they have this Meshtastic module. I want to see what the Meshtastic module is. Is this just a SimTech radio module? What is this? So they give you a little baton antenna. And then let's see, what is this thing? Well, they have it shielded, so you can't see what it is. Wireless module, Meshtech version 1.1. I know you guys won't be able to see this, but they've got shielding. You can see the shielding at least. They've got shielding on the chip. And it does have, oh, that's interesting. It's got a little reset button on it as well. But you can see it's just a little dip package that you can plug into the Crow panel. And I mean, those things are not very expensive. I'm working to see if I can get a discount on them for folks if they would like to get their hands on one. We'll see if we can get a discount on them, see if I can get an affiliate code, those kinds of things. But, it's an interesting little package. It's a lot of capability for like $40, right? I think $39 is the price of this is the Advance 3.5. Crow Panel Advance 3.5. Here, let me pull it up. We can just see. Let's see. $31. Now they've got a couple of versions of it. So this one is without the case. I've got one here with the case. Right, so here you see I've got all these different boards, right? So the SX1262, so that's exactly what it is. And these boards are cheap. These little plug-in modules, right? These little Wi-Fi chips are cheap. Okay, so here's the difference. So we have an ESP32H2 that can be used with a Zigbee, Matter, or Thread, and then you've got a ESP32C6, which can be used on Wi-Fi, and then you've got the NRF that can be used on 2.4 gig. So, like I said, just a ton of capability in these things. Now let's see if they have, oh yeah, so with the acrylic case, oh, it's a whopping $180, right? So you can get into this and play with this for pretty cheap. But I'm going to try to come up with some radio related projects that we can learn how to leverage this device. Right, so it runs, there's a few different development environments. You can use the Arduino. What else does it use? I loaded the Arduino environment. There's a couple other environments it supports as well. But it's got, it's got some firmware on it out of the box. There's some different firmwares you can just load onto it if you want, but you can see here's how it works, right? You just plug that dip style package here into the board. But you can see all the connectivity you have, right? You have two serial, or you have a serial in and a serial out, an I2C out as well. I think this one's speaker, this is battery. It'll take an SD card. It's got a real-time clock. 2 USB ports. Actually, yeah, it's got 2 UART connections. One of these is a UART connection as well. Oh yeah, it's right on the. So you got an on-the-go connection right here and a UART connection here. So I'm going to try to put together some radio related fun little projects. It's got a pretty decent viewing angle, and see if we can't have some fun with it. Here you go. You can use the Arduino, the Expressif, and the Platform IO. You can use any of those. And there's a boatload of sensors, right? If you want to use a bunch of different sensors. So they've got a whole ecosystem around these. And here's all the capabilities. It's got all kinds of Wi-Fi connectivity, Bluetooth connectivity, 5.0 and BLE. Right, these are all the capabilities that you can get by plugging stuff in. Here's all your I/O. It's got an audio amp, volume control, charge management, all that stuff's built in, so that's nice. Reset, boot, power, lithium battery, BMS. Here's the breakouts for the different wireless modules. So I think it can be fun. I think it's be a fun little device. I mean, the other thing you could do with it is kind of turn it into like a ham clock type thing, right? And I mean, they've got, gosh, I mean, maybe is it 10-inch? Let's see what sizes this comes in. The 3.5 is the 3.5 has the same capabilities as the larger devices, right? So if somebody wanted the larger screen, they could actually get the larger screen and still be able to follow along with all the stuff that I'm hoping we're able to do with this. Let's see here. So you can go up 7-inch. I thought there was a 10-inch. Oh yeah, there is. Got a 10-inch, a 9-inch, and these are. I mean, this has got the same capability, right? Just larger screen. Is it still the Crow Panel Advance? So you got a 10, a 9, a 7, and a 5, and a 4.3. Right? This one here's like basically the most cost-effective one. Right? Try to keep the cost down if people want to follow along, type of thing. So that's the dealio with that. Yeah, it might be able to run the TinyGS too. Yeah, that's a good point, Tim. Eric's looking for a Pi Zero with Meshtastic on it. Oh, that sounds like a fun project, making a Fox out of a Pi Zero. Yeah, that sounds like a good project as well. All right, guys. Anything else you want to chat about tonight? What do we got here? It's almost 1 o'clock. We still got 26 people hanging in there. Cheers to you guys. That is impressive. Glad that we didn't completely bore everyone to death. Like I've told you guys before, this is my kind of big opportunity to play. So I don't have a lot of discretionary time throughout the week. So I can tend to get kind of down a rabbit hole and just keep digging. Let's see here. Oh, this is interesting. I had a guy comment on one of my Maestro videos from, gosh, almost a year ago at this point. The guy says that he's got one that's full of bugs. He hasn't had one day where it's been bug free. Just shuts off at times, sound card errors, mostly software issues. Yeah, that's too bad. That's disappointing, I'm sure. If you spend that much money on one of those devices. I think Flex is pretty good, though. I think they'll work it out, but it's a little surprising that at this point, I mean, it's been out for quite a while. I wouldn't expect folks to still have kind of daily issues. Can depend on, obviously can depend on your use case too. Let's see. Eric says, I'm now 45% complete with sats on the TinyGS. I only have 120 degree field of view and a lot of QRM. Wow. Yeah, it doesn't say, Bill. He doesn't chime in on which version he has. You know, I haven't looked at my console in a little while. Let's see here. Make sure I'm refreshed. It's probably swapping out tokens. Come on. Come on back. I don't want to have to go through a login process here. Come on back. Let's see if it still knows who I am. Okay, it does. So let's see here. Look at my sat decks. All right, so let's see. 45% complete. Yeah, I'm at 79. I don't know that I picked anything. I'm trying to remember what I was last week. I don't know that I'm picking much new up. I think I maybe have hit those things that I can. 64 shinies. I'll have to go back and look and see. I don't know how I'm doing here. Let's see. Position 13. I just missed being on the board. Look at that. That's a drag. And that's only with, that's only covering the 400 megahertz. Up at 10th spot there. 435. 124th at 400 megahertz. Oof. That's interesting. Hey, looky there. KH2XX. We know that guy. Let's see what we got here. $450. I'm wondering why it doesn't show you where you are on all, right? It shows me where I am on 400. I guess because that makes sense. I'm not on the 137. I guess I'm not on the 150. That's probably why. Or the 450. And I'm not on there. Okay, that makes sense. Wow, there's not, just not a lot there. I ordered some radios. I'm waiting for them to come in. 167. I don't know how that stacks with what I've been doing. Let's see here. Does this look any different? Not really. Let's see how this stacks this way. Let's see. So kind of in the maybe 700 most days, or average. Maybe more like 650. Some days getting up there higher. I'm not sure that I like that thing floating over the top of that. Getting some 600 milliwatt. I think those are the lowest powered ones that I see here in my frequencies. Let's see. Proper late shift, yeah. We're hanging right in there, Mike. We're hanging in there. We're just we're kind of scraping here, trying to find some topics at this point. We're just kind of checking everything out. So let's see here. We looked at those. Yeah, I'm looking forward to getting a couple more of these radios up. Can't believe I'm just out of the top 12 with just one radio and one frequency. Well, I tell you though, look at these guys just crushing that, covering 853 hexagons. It's crazy. I mean, crazy. Now, this person hasn't changed. This person hasn't changed their alias, so we don't know who they are. But this one has, and there are just a couple of hundred behind them. Let's see if they have any details. Okay, so here's the first hint. Have more than one radio. Let's see here. This one's got a boatload of frames, 433. Let's see if they have any detail about their station on here. Quarter ground plane antenna using a Heltec V3. Quarter ground plane antenna gamma feed using an LNA. Okay, let's see if we can find what this LNA is. I don't know what this is. A Hartwig 20 dB. Low noise figure. Diamond HP filter. Low loss cable. And he's locking out the TinyGS. All right, we'll go there if we need to. Let's see if we can find. Have we looked this up before? A Hartwig 20 dB low noise amplifier. Is this it? This just looks like a generic. What's this Hartwig thing? Yeah, see, these all look like they're generic. I'm trying to find out what a Hartwig. I thought that was a brand name. And maybe it is. What happens if we take out... Maybe it's a design? Oh, I love mini circuit stuff. Let's see, why did this come up? Just because of LNA. Let's change that a little bit and just say amplifier. This is the only thing that comes up for Hartwig. Oh, what do we got here? What do we got here? You guys see what's down in part of the description here? Hartwig RF, $675 by Hartwig RF. Okay, let's look up Hartwig RF. Price list. Okay, so let's see. Are these all Hartwig? Let's see. I'm just trying to see. Is there a list for Hartwig RF? Info at Hartwig. Okay, so these guys, this is all their stuff. So let's say we're looking for probably something like this. So he said he had, I thought it was a 0.7. Let's see, let me go back. 0.7 dB, 20 dB gain, 0.7 dB noise figure. Okay, here's a dB gain, 20 dB gain. Just curious how much this thing might cost. I don't see one that hits exactly the same. I mean, I think it's safe to say it's going to be at least $100. So all of these, so these are N connectors, I'm guessing. If that's SMA, this is 0.9 noise figure. It's not quite 20 dB. That could be it though. On request. Ooh, that's trouble. That looks like trouble. Let's see. That's a filter. Power amplifier. Let's look here. That doesn't look like it. Bias T. So I think safe to say that it's probably a fairly, it's more expensive than our $20 amplifiers that we're running. Right? I think that's the moral of that story. And yeah, look what he's pulling in here. Holy schmackaroonies. Look at this, 1400. EOD, I threw a, that's interesting. Yeah, I've got a bandpass filter on mine too, which really seemed to, I mean, I saw my packets received really shoot up. Greetings from Alabama. Well, welcome. Let's see. AMSAT UK has an LNA. I have it coming in. Oh, nice. But yeah, so I mean, this is crushing it. And he's got the Tianquis turned off. Just imagine if he had those turned on. I don't know if they're in that frequency range. I'd have to go look, but it feels like they probably are. Let's check out his QRZ. We might learn some more if we go to QRZ, huh? I think we looked at this one time before. Yeah, I think or at least I have. QFH, look at that. For LoRa sats, yeah. That's cool. I want to build one of those when that 3D printer gets here. 12 element 900 megahertz Yagi. Nice. Look at that. He's got the receiver just right on that thing. Now I would, gosh, I would think that that would take out that front end. I would think that would just overload that front end. But apparently not. Now let's looky here. Okay. So here we got a T-beam. This is the old T-beam with a coax out the side with a Semtech 1278. Okay, so he's coming out of here. What's he got right here? Okay, so here's the Hartwig LNA. Wait a second. That's better. All right, let's see what's going on here. So we're coming out of that. Okay, so that's going underneath. Okay, so this device here looks like it's standing vertical. Maybe. This looks like the LNA. Yeah, so that says LNA on it. This is what is, let's see. Okay, so what is this thing though? All right, where's this? What is going on here? What in the devil is going on? So what's he got here? Is this a little Bluetooth? That's probably Bluetooth. We can ignore that. So we're coming out of this. This is going into this box. The LNA is going into that box. And it looks like this looks like it could be an amp is going into that box. All right, so let's get back to this. What's he saying? The uplink path, 10 watt power amplifier. Okay. So he's got the T-beam going into or with the Semtech. Okay, so that's this board going into a 10 watt amp for the uplink. Okay, so this is a splitter. That's what he's doing here. So he's got a splitter here. Diplexer, splitter, whatever you want to call it. Splitting the path. On the uplink path, he's going to an amp. That's this guy. On the downlink path, he's coming through this LNA. RF switching. SMA relays controlled by PTT out signal from the T-beam. This is pretty freaking cool. This is pretty cool. Okay, so he's coming off of the T-beam. This looks like it's just power over here, right? So this isn't anything special here. This is just the power supply. All right, so then he's coming off the T-beam, and here's his relays. So here's his switching relays. Got power, and then it's coming into, oh, that's cool. This is quite the little rig here. And it looks like he's got it all on a, is this a copper plate? He's got it all rigged up on a copper plate, common ground plane. This is pretty cool. I mean, good on him. There's a reason he's getting 1,400 packets. Boy, this makes you want to step up your game here, huh? Yep, yep, you got it, Eric. Change the RF path with the switcher. This is pretty cool. And he had to make all these little cables himself. It's pretty cool. That's fun stuff right there. All right, what else has he got on here? Okay, what do we got here? All right, what's going on here? So he's got a receiver here. Receiver 1, receiver 2. Wideband signal splitter. Filter. He likes those Hartwig LNAs. Oh, it looks like he's got an SSB LNA over here too. All right, what is going on here? So he's got a 11 element Yagi. Trying to get in closer on that. That's an SSB Electronics LNA. Can't tell which one. I mean, it must be the 70. Or maybe they have one that's 433. I don't think I'll be able to read that. And then that goes into this broadband LNA. Now, what's that all about? So you're getting 20 dB here. And then you come in here and you get another 22 dB? What? Hey, Bill. Thanks for hanging out, buddy. We'll catch you on the next one. Look at this. He's getting 20 dB here, adding another 22 dB here. Then he's getting it filtered up. And he's got a signal splitter, so what's he splitting? Okay, 437, 400 beacon channel. So he's getting the same thing? Why is that? This one here goes to the SatNogs database. Okay. And then this one goes to his Hype MQTT server. Look, you can find all kinds of uses for these things. He's got rotator control on this thing. That's hooked up to his 9700. What? That's crazy. I think, Tim, I think what he means is he's just pushing this data, right? He's submitting the data to the SatNogs database. And then it gets populated to the dashboard. That's crazy. I don't understand what he's doing with the 9700 here. Unless he's just using it for tracking. Must just be using it for rotator control. Huh. Okay. What else has he got here? Raspberry Pi, Raspberry-based Pi 4, ground station Pi 4 with LoRa receiver. And then he's got one of these 900 and, is this a 915? Let's see what this is. Okay. So it's a wide broadband LNA. Antenna, DC, made in Germany. Yeah, we're in the amateur hour for sure. Makes you want to step up your game. All right, here's another fun one. Let's see what this is. Dual LoRa receiver. What is this? Okay, so he's got his broadband LNA. He's doing his filtering here. Then he's splitting. Okay. Transmit bandwidth. Single receiver catches. So the thing's behind my camera. Can't see what that's doing. Dual reception. All packets decoded. Packets with Doppler greater than 15K are lost. Okay, interesting. Okay, now look at this thing. He's got some money in all these LNAs and such. Okay. So he's got a rotator set up here. 12 element Yagi, 6 element Yagi for 915 megahertz. Hitting his broadband LNAs, filtering it, splitting it, sending some information to the TinyGS. Okay. So this guy's set up with the TinyGS firmware and it does its thing. Receiver 2. Oh, that's interesting. You see this? So he's receiving from acquisition of signal to TCA, right, to the point of closest. What is that? TCA. It's the peak of the pass, right? It's something a closest approach, right? And then this one picks up at TCA to LOS, the losses signal. That's interesting. Sends all that stuff to TinyGS, and then it also goes to the Pi 4 database. Now what's going on here? So he's got these. Okay, hold on. So he's got 2 Yagis on this rotator. One of them is going to those TinyGS. The 12 element is coming into his Pis. He's got his broadband, getting his 22 dB a gain. He's filtering it, splitting it again. Tracked receiving large file downlink and telemetry beacons. So those look like they might be doing the same thing, maybe. LoRa mode control frequency tracking, rotator control antenna tracking, going to his MQTT server. All right, that's crazy. This guy's doing fun stuff. All right, here's some basic TinyGS stuff. A simple, powerful, small station. Okay. It's making us feel good here. So we got that. He's running some experimental antennas. The 12-element Yagi for the Pi 4 satellite on 915. How much fun is that? Okay, here's his bandpass filters. Okay, what is this? Three-stage Helix filter. That's crazy looking. So the whole case is grounded. Comes off the center conductor. That connects to one of these coils. Same happens here. How does this thing get involved? How does this middle coil get involved? Right, you can see here, right, we're getting the conductor off of the center pin. It's getting connected to this coil. This is getting connected to this coil. I don't know how this works. I have to do some research on this. I don't know how that works. What do you call this thing? Helix filter. You guys familiar with a Helix filter? Yeah, I mean, the ground is fed through the case, right? I mean, it's all, I'm assuming there's some isolation here, right? I'm assuming there's some isolation here, right? I mean, I'm sure these connectors are connected to this solid block of aluminum. And I'm sure that, this block of aluminum is also specifically designed to keep the RF in the box. Keep other RF out, probably. More accurate. From JG. Interesting. Then here's a 2-watt amplifier, I'm guessing. Oh, is this a little project? No way. All right, let's check this out. Oh, sure enough is. Okay, 5 volts coming in. Some resistors. Some capacitors there. Some more capacitors, some more resistors. Wonder what that's got to be the little power amplifier, audio amp. That little guy right there, DB4UN. My ICOM IC27A. Why do I know what that is? What's a 27A? Do I know what that is? Ronnie, you got me wondering. ICOM IC. What is a 27A? Oh, look at that thing. That's gorgeous. Look at that. 9 memories. Voice synthesizer. Dual scanning. 2-meter rig. Oh wait, is this one of the bookshelf? This looks similar to the bookshelf ones. I don't think it is, but it's kind of similar. Oh, that's awesome. That looks awesome. But check out this little amp. Okay. So that's cool. Now let's go here. Oh, yeah. Maximum power output of 1 watt. 30 dB. Remember we talked about that earlier. Maximum measured output is 2.5 watts. Look at that cool little thing. Okay. You can order the PCB there. I want to see that bomb. Not too much to it. Capacitor, 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 resistor, resistor. What's that chip? Oh, this is the chip here, I guess. What is this thing? Ah, here's the data sheet for it. Nice. Just a little lamp chip. That is so cool. Wonder how much that little chip cost. $20. Cool. And it looks like, I mean, it's obviously configured for that 13 centimeter band, but it looks like that chip's capable of working on other frequencies. I mean, they're all up. They're all UHF up, all higher. Pretty cool. And that is for QO100. That's pretty sweet. This is a great page. There's a lot of cool stuff on here. I am going to, I'm going to dig into this page some more. All right, what's it? There's that doggone LNA. He must have a great source for those. And then this has got to be a filter. Yeah. There's the SSB. Got to figure out where he gets all this Hartwig stuff. I mean, obviously, what he's OE. Where's he at? OE. Austrian. Makes sense that all his stuff is German. There's definitely some learning to be done here. Some cool stuff. Well, I'd love to chat with this fella. Very cool. All right, let's see. Ronnie's got a question here. Okay, can I set up Wi-Fi on the device and have it work if I am on USB-C serial on a tablet now? Let's see. Can I set up Wi-Fi on the device? So if you enable Wi-Fi, you disable Bluetooth. But if you're connecting over USB-C, you don't need Bluetooth. So that should be fine. If you wanted to set up Wi-Fi and connect to your Wi-Fi network instead of using the proxy, yeah, that'd be fine, Ronnie. You should be able to do that. Yeah, that shouldn't be a problem at all. Famous last words, right? Shouldn't be a problem. I mean, I know when I first started playing, oh gosh, I mean, the day I got one of these things, it was like the day before I left for Hamvention 3 years ago. Is that right? I think it was 3 years ago. It's either 2 years ago or 3 years ago. And I'd got mine in, and at that time I hooked it up and there was nobody around here. I couldn't find anybody. There was no nodes in my area. And the first time I connected to it, or I'm sorry, yeah, the day I had it, I made the mistake of I turned on Wi-Fi. I connected it to my home Wi-Fi because I wanted to see what would happen when I connected it to my home Wi-Fi. And I didn't realize at the time that it would disconnect Bluetooth. And so I actually had to go into the web client and set it back to Bluetooth to connect to it via phone. Because I wasn't trying to connect to it serially. I was connecting to it wirelessly. And that's the first time I tried MQTT using the default server that's already part of the configuration whenever you first flash it. Because I remember Jason was at Kyle's place because Jason had left a day early and I was flying out to Hamvention the next day. Yeah, that's exactly what it was. But I was able to talk with those guys over MQTT, and I didn't have anybody on the mesh here. There was no mesh here. So what section are the network settings on? Let me look here. I think it's actually called network, if I recall. Yeah, it's actually called network. So here, let me switch over. I'll show you real quick here, Ronnie. Oh, I'm disconnected. Let me get connected here again to my phone. All right, there we go. All right, so if you go to your modules, I'm sorry, it's in device configuration, not in modules. You've got network. And then here you just put in the SSID and password. So it's right there. That's all you need right there. Enable Wi-Fi. But like I said, whenever you, and they, oh, that's nice. These days they've got a little message on here. They didn't have the message on there before. Was that you, Ronnie, that just popped up? I saw someone just connected to MQTT. Let's see. Oh, just enabled location on the MQTT channel. Hopefully you can see my approximate location. Sorry, Fat Brady. I hadn't seen that before. And he may be gone now. Sorry, buddy. And he's been gone long enough that he would have dropped off the map. So that's a bummer. All right, let's see here. But who's this right here? WSGZ. This is brand new. This is brand new. Is that you, Ronnie? Well, this says it's a WIO. WSGZ. WIO tracker. Send him a message. See if we get a response. So hopefully that helped you. Hopefully that gave what you were looking for, Ronnie. Under device configuration, network. Right there. Let's see here. I'm not seeing that. Guess I should look worldwide just in case. You never know. We'll see if they reply. Can't get to your IP and this client has no network settings. Not much going for me tonight. Is that still the web client you're trying to use, or are you using your Android tablet? Yeah, so I'm not sure who this is, but they found their way in, got connected. Congratulations. Maybe, yeah, that's really odd. I mean, I don't know if you're running the current client, if you're on your Android tablet or not. Hey, here's somebody else that can. Oh, that's I think we saw this one before. EGH HM. I know we saw that. I don't remember who it is though. Running an Atlavox TN01. Nice. It's interesting. It's listed as an Atlavox. where it's actually an Elecro, but he may have got it from Atlavaux. Such a great node. I really like that node. I wonder if those are back in stock. Curious. See if they've got these back in stock. Oh yeah, they are. Good. Well, I better check here. Yep, back in stock. It's a great device. With case. That's the one you want. With case. Cool. So he's on the... Ronnie, so you're on the tablet. You're on the Android tablet. What's the version of your software? Yeah, they do have the 868 megahertz in stock as well. Ronnie, I'm curious. If you go to the settings, right? If you go into settings, go to the very bottom. And of course, I've got this blown up so you can't see the very bottom. It'll tell you the version of software that you're running. I'm curious what version. Like I'm running version 2.7.10, which I believe is the current version. You have the same, huh? Well, your device might not support Wi-Fi, right? If you're not showing, I wonder how that works. Not all Meshtastic devices support Wi-Fi. So if you don't have the option, it's going to be because I'm guessing, right? Because if you don't have this network option, right? User device, position, power, network. If you don't have the network option, I'm guessing it's because your device doesn't support Wi-Fi. Let's see, you've got 277. I've got 2710. So there is an update. May not be available for your tablet though, but you might want to check and get yourself, make sure you're on the latest version of the client for Android. That could be for your device. I don't know how old your device is, but which device are you working with? Are you working on the M1 right now? Let's see here. You said here that I have the M1. We were talking about this ThinkNode M1. I didn't know if that's the device you were trying to connect with. The M1 does not have Wi-Fi. Pretty sure the M1 doesn't. That's what I was just looking at the specs. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not on the right. I'm looking at the M1 specs here. And if we look at the wireless communication, it's got Bluetooth, it's got LoRa, no Wi-Fi. So if you're using the M1, that's why you don't have that option. Yeah, so that's why you're not seeing that network option, because the M1 does not support Wi-Fi. It relies on the proxy connection. Still got 20 of you guys out there, 21. That's amazing. Yep, there we go. That's it, Ronnie. Yeah, you can see it right here. Wi-Fi, no support for the M1. Right, that's some of those NRFs, right? It doesn't support that natively. So if you have an NRF chip, you're going to have to do something in addition to get Wi-Fi, where the ESP32s, they all have Wi-Fi support. So I think that's what you're running into there, bud. All right, gang. Ronnie, you'll find a combination at some point here. Hopefully you'll be able to find the combination. Like I said, I'll be keeping an eye. I'll be keeping an eye on this. I mean, it's on my phone, so I'm staring at it a stupid number of hours every day, just like everybody else. So when I see you, it'll be good to know you got there. I think you'll get there eventually. All right, gang. I think that's it for tonight. I am winding down. What do we got here? Almost 2 a.m. We put in a good effort tonight. We did some fun stuff, talked about some interesting stuff, found a heck of a good QRZ page that's going to keep me busy tomorrow. I do expect to get out and get my my DX Commander back on the air tomorrow. So you guys may have seen I put out a couple little shorts. Well, we talked about it last week, right? Where I tore it down. I rebuilt the radiating elements for it. It was great. I did some scrounging, and I actually did myself a favor. I actually put all my extra DX Commander parts and pieces from when I built it originally over 2 years ago, and I put them all in a box, and I labeled the box, believe it or not. I know, I was surprised. But in the box, I had a handful of stainless steel spade connectors, right, to slip those into the radiating plate. So I was really happy about that. You know, I got those high quality connectors. I had those. I had a little bit more of the the springy paracord stuff. I didn't need it. I didn't need any more of that though, because my originals were still in great shape. There was something else I used out of that too. Can't recall, but I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe I actually saved something and actually needed it and could find it and was able to use it. I mean, that never happens, right? So, going to get that back on the air this weekend. I'm going to be playing with this guy here. Quick update from Yaesu, right? I reached back out to them to say, hey, I think I showed you guys my email from last week. Reached back out to them to say, hey, Nori, what'd you find out? I got crickets back. So I'm going to try those guys again next week. So I've got that going on. I mean, we've got just gorgeous weather right now. So I'm just trying to do as much as I can. Now we're supposed to get some rain, and we have a cold front coming in, but it's still going to be good enough to work outside. So looking forward to that. Yeah, Ronnie, get that DX Commander out there. They're great antennas. Yeah, you're obviously welcome there, buddy. I'm sorry we couldn't get you going. Thanks, Tim. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks, Eric, if you're still out there. Thanks for hanging out. It's nice to have you guys to keep me company when I'm in here digging away. N8YO, you still out there? If so, thanks for hanging out for a bit. Looking forward to seeing you here, buddy. We got next month. I'm hoping get a chance to see you. So hope you guys all get out and get a chance to practice some radio here this weekend or in the coming week. And yeah, hey, shoot me a message on MQTT. Let me know what's going on, and we'll see you guys next time around. Appreciate you guys. Hope you have a great weekend, and until next time, 7-3 gang.